So I hope everyone's got their refreshments on handy, seeing that it's going to be a long session. Well, it's going to be a long day, possibly. So, but yeah, we're going to look for as high probability setups as we can. With the minimal amount of risk. And we'll probably see in the Asia session, so the Japan Open and the Singapore Open, a lot more volatility at that time, I'd say. So we'll see how we go for the day open leading in to that session. We don't want to sort of get caught in any chop or anything. Sometimes the day open can really take off, but there's other times where we just, obviously, this is like anytime in the markets. There's no one way that the market's really going. So we'll just try and watch and let it open and see, and hopefully it doesn't take off with a because sometimes it can have a nice move, but it hopefully doesn't take off without us. But we'll otherwise, if we don't get anything in this earlier session, here's the opening candle. We will wait for the Asia sessions anyway. It looks like nothing too crazy so far, so good. So let's see how we go. We've got 4 minutes 40 on this candle. So it looks like we're heading down to the 60-minute trigger. They're just pushing the 30 trigger. So we've got the 60-minute trigger a little lower. And the 240. So that green line there is the top, just for anyone that's come in the room a little later, that's the 4-hour clusters. So there's the 127, 133, and 141. And the closing candle of the day just closed right into that. So we're selling off from that down into the 30 trigger. Hi, everyone. Everyone's big crowd just jumped in there since I looked last. So what I might do is quickly go over. I'm going to be doing some slides shortly. I'll just wait for the close of this candle. So my consideration is we've got the 60 trigger, which is right just below. We've got the 60-minute trigger there. If I shuffle down a little, the 4-hour trigger's down below here. So the 15-minute is confirmed a bullish state. Same with the 30-minute. PVI is around 60. There is too is the 4-hour MDI right under here. Sue, that's one for you. Like looking at the tops and the bottoms of the MDIs, that's what we're looking at here. If anyone can see here on the daily chart, just out of interest, this was the bottom of the daily sorry, we're on the 4-hour chart, but this is good to see on the 4-hour chart. This was the bottom of the daily MDI, and that was the top of it. And the 4-hour was kind of trapped in between for a while. What else? We've got some round numbers. But yeah, so that might have a little bit to do. The candle from the US close, we ended up closing above the MDI, not an outside close, but it is increasing body size. So it's somewhat still saying bullish, but we've just got these significant resistance levels on the high side that I don't kind of really want to go long just yet. Now, the matter of looking for shorts could be of interest, trading towards the 60-minute trigger, the 4 hours further down below, but then we've got also here the cluster levels and things like that on the shorter time frames. So anyway, let's just keep this here. So we should, leading into the Asia session, see some more volatility. If the risk is too large on the full contract, just go shift down to the M&Q. I'll also be switching to the 2-minute time frame as well, in case we can get in, particularly at the areas of confluence. We'll be looking for a smaller risk entry. So let's see. We've got that another push coming back to the MDI. So is it that it just wants to dip down and through, kind of what we did here? So on the 60-minute, it pushed down through a trigger and then ran to the high side, and then up through its trigger on the high side. Created a weak candle as we came into those resistance levels on the high side. Came down into a trigger short, fell further away, another little body, ratio based, swung up the other way. Now we've got a smaller body. So we're coming down towards the trigger. But will we get down as far as the 4-hour? Is the question. This is interesting. I was mentioning to people here on the 4-hour chart a little earlier that, and I think I just mentioned it before, sorry, we don't have an outside close. If we didn't know those levels were there, sometimes you can kind of see, like say, I mean, it didn't switch the trend. It didn't close green on that candle as yet. But it closed above the MDI, but it didn't have a higher outside close here. So you can sort of tell it ran into something. So the question is, will we come down? I don't want to be going long until we've pushed at least through that 60-minute trigger. Then I'd be looking for confluence, and we've got the 5-minute clusters down here. Okay, what I might do while there's not really much happening, I'm going to keep an eye on things on my other screen here. I'm just going to run through some compliance slides. So one moment. Will pop up to the high side. That might, I just quickly going to mention too, something I was thinking, so we've got the 15 and the 30-minute triggers on the high side. We may pop up through those and have a little rollover. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. There's nothing really too exciting here just as yet. So we want to make, it's got to get into that right spot for us. Okay, so a quick introduction for people in on our socials. Welcome to IDTA. I would like to introduce you to our pro trader team. So we have a fantastic all-day live trading room, expanding across the day or the time frame for the election results. So we should see a lot of activity in the markets, and it's all about taking advantage of these with low risk and hopefully higher reward scenarios. So we have Cam, we have Danny, we have John, we have myself, Inga trainer, we have Bruce as well. We all trade across many different markets and many different timeframes. We all specialize in various areas of those markets as well. So we're proud of our compliance. The International Day Trading Academy is a corporate authorised representative of Beyond Capital Asset Management, and there's a FSG available on our website. You can follow that link or head to our website and you'll be able to download a copy and have a look at our compliance. We're really, really proud of that. It is important to be, properly licensed, particularly in Australia as well. So we need to let you know that we are trading futures utilising margin, and that does carry a high level of risk, which might not be suitable for all types of investors. So you've got to know what type of risk profile you have. But the great thing is about trading is we are risk managers. So I'm going to be talking a lot about that during our session together today. We've got the next 3 hours together. So hopefully I don't lose my voice in between. But again, across the day, you're going to be hearing from all of our moderators, and we carry the same messages throughout. So margin is kind of like when you put down a deposit to buy a home and you borrow the rest. So you've got exposure to a larger amount of capital. So it's very important to understand what you're doing. And the great thing is about trading is that you can trade in sim before you put your real money on the line. So the markets that we trade are open 23 hours a day. So there's a lot of ability to be looking at with the global markets, and it's 5 days a week. So a lot of opportunity, and it's all about picking the right times in the market, which we have our trading rooms open, and you can see the time frames here. These are based on, these times at the back end here are based on Queensland time, which is what we operate off with IDTA. So there's also good finding a session that suits you. There's a lot of other information you guys can find out about our education and our trading and our live trading rooms through those social links, etc. Okay, so let's get back into the charts. I can get rid of that off my screen. Okay, so let's have a little look where we are here now in the charts. So we come back up above. We don't have a higher outside close, nothing exciting going on here at the moment. But feel free to ask me questions as well. It'd be nice to hear anyone's any questions and things like that in and out of the charts as well. So we also journal all of our trades and look at trade as a complete picture. It's not just about where do we get in and where do we get out of the market. We're here to support you guys with regards to your risk management, as I mentioned during the compliance slides there, so that you understand how to minimize the risk, because that's a great thing. You can obviously look at what the maximum kind of risk is before you get into a trade, or you need to understand that every time you take a trade, roughly what is the risk on the trade, and what's the potential profit on the trade as well. Okay, so 1 minute left on the 15-minute. I was going to say we might have just been stalling at some 2-minute expansion levels there. That's what that little reversal was off there. But yes, it's sort of traveling, the 2 minutes traveling in and outside. It's MDI, nothing very exciting at the moment. Okay. You're just swinging around here on the 5 minute. So really, so the concept is, you know, I really like using the larger charts, like looking for various support and resistance. I mean, that's really what the IDTA's concept is, you know, you're trading from support to resistance or resistance to support. So what we're effectively looking for is confluence of all of those from all various angles, from, as I said, from larger charts. I like to bring the larger chart information in, like that with what I was showing on the 4-hour chart, where we were kind of trapped in between the MDI. That was the, from the daily chart, the lower level, and then the higher level as well. There's some really nice, you can get some nice moves off these larger charts when you come into those support and resistance. Okay, I'm going to go quickly again through these larger charts. I did briefly, but there's a whole lot more people that have come into the room since. So just from the monthly chart, okay, that's interesting. The ES, sorry, I just like to have a quick flick at the ES sometimes. When I looked last, it was up into its 100% level. The opening candle came up into its clusters and has sold away from that. It's coming back down to its MDI. Anyway, that's sometimes they synchronize nicely and other times they don't. So that's the thing with trading. You're not going to find any particular one thing that's going to necessarily, it's having that flexibility as well. So we are right into the 76. That's that green line from the monthly chart, and that's from the more significant high all the way down to this low point. I'll show you with an arrow down here. So that's what I've got there on the charts, and it's coming through. I've got it over to, oh, hang on a second. Let's do that again. Okay, so that's right above, so resistance on the high side, weekly. Nothing too exciting on the weekly. We do have a trigger long, but we have more resistance on the high side, but that's a fair way away, so not even anything to worry about. The daily, we are in a trigger long. We've come off this lower support levels, pushed through the trigger earlier on in the US close. We found a lot of resistance up here at the 76 and the 4-hour cluster levels. And it looks like we're in a tiny little retrace at the moment. We'll see if we can stay above that, the 76. But it's just, yeah, those 4-hour levels. That is weird. That was there. It's interesting. Okay, so the daily 50% is where that blue line is. Should we get up there? 4 hour. Okay, so that's interesting. So that's up at the higher 4 hour level. So I've got these the 4 hour levels here on my chart just in green. So we've got that resistance on the high side, which you can see better when we go down the lower time frames. So the 60-minute, we were in a trigger long. Initially, we were in a trigger short in the US close, and it swung around, found support down here, which I thought was only temporary support. And then that we rallied up from those levels. I would have been a bit more aggressive with longs if I was. But anyway, that moved up nicely. We haven't got up to the 100%. That black line there is the 100% for the 60-minute. We've got a trigger short. Still haven't. I would like it just to at least nick down below there before I do anything. Just here. That's that there. So that green line is that 76 coming across from the week monthly, and then there's the 4 hours. There's that daily 50. I think I've written it up there. Yeah, daily 50 blue solid, 4 hour clusters, green solid lines. The support was ER2, but we've sort of keep close. We're down below that now, and we've got the 4 hour, 60, and the 30-minute trigger is already gone. Trigger's short. So I hope everyone's got a packed lunch. It's a little slow, this stuff, but that's all good. Sometimes it's nice when it's not too crazy. This all seems very slow apart from the in comparison to the US markets. So sometimes it does. I do remember a period there when I was moderating the live trading room for the Asia session that sometimes there was some crazy moves, like really nice moves from the opening candle, and it really strong rallies out of it. So or sell-offs, either way, it doesn't really matter, particularly to these 60-minute triggers. But it looks like we'll certainly have time to go and put the kettle on and things like that. So we'll just do a little bit of waiting. Hey Bruce, how you doing? Yeah, so we get some good trades, some nice setup. So yeah, we're looking for as high probability, high confluence as we can. Hey Cam, I see you keen to come in for a chat.
Oh, hey guys, welcome everyone. Thanks for supporting this initiative. Good to see everyone in here this morning. Wanted to take advantage. Just to give you a quick update, just in terms of just election and when things will start happening. The first of the polls will end at 10 o'clock Queensland time. So there's already some voting already coming in. Trump's leading in two states already, Indiana and Kentucky. So I think they're fairly Republican states. So no surprises there. What we will probably see is you'll see changes in markets when surprises occur, right? When things are unexpected, right? So if you see any of those swing states really moving in a particular direction, they're the ones that will probably be the most focused sort of states. But if any of the expected states don't win, that's when you see a change in the market. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, based on what's like predictions, the forecasts, depending on who wins, who wins the election, it doesn't really matter. Because the president that's going to come in is going to be probably taking the brunt of probably one of the biggest financial disasters in our time. So they're going to be probably will take the blame for the problems that occur. So it really doesn't matter from who wins or loses situation. You can't stop destiny and time, and so it really doesn't matter who wins this election in terms of what's going to happen in the economy in the long term. However, 2025 is going to be a very bullish year. If the Republicans get in, it's going to be a really strong bullish year. So if there's any sniff that Republicans are going to win, we'll probably see a really bullish move in the markets today. If the Democrats win, will still be a boom in 2025, but it'll be a slower paced boom. So as we know, Donald Trump and RFK are very much all around. They're big on cryptocurrencies and those types of markets. So I think we'll see a bullish move in those areas. So if you're watching the Bitcoin price today, if you're looking at in the background, just watch that, because if there's any sniff that Donald Trump's going to win and the Republicans win, it's going to be I think Bitcoin will really start to rally as of today. So that's just a bit of an overall understanding of what I think is going to happen today. But overall, I don't think we're going to see an increase in volatility until around 10 o'clock. But if you do want to follow what's happening in terms of the results, I'll just put this in the chat for you guys to follow if you just want to do your own follow in the background. I know it's tough for the moderators to have all these screens up. I've got about 4 screens up at the moment, and I need more screens. I've got that much data flowing in at the moment. I'm processing, so it's probably not great moderating in those sorts of scenarios, all that data coming in. So if I can help the moderators out with some news updates, that'd be great. And the moderators can track the price, then that's and track the volume. And track the opportunities, and that's kind of where I'll fit in today. But just stay safe, guys. Remember, just if it's your first rodeo, just watch. You don't need to be in the markets, but if you're experienced in these scenarios, just remember, just manage your risk. Really keep an eye on the risk calculator and what you're risking today, because it could get pretty crazy, particularly from around 10 o'clock onwards. So good luck, guys. Trade well, and hope you won on the Melbourne Cup yesterday. I know a few Newcastle Knights fans picked the winner. got 150 to 200 to 1. Yeah,
Yeah,
some
that's crazy
really,
odds, isn't it? Crazy
yeah,
odds.
some really interesting statistics that came out of that race yesterday, which I'll probably share with you when I get a chance to go in there. But just goes to show how strong astrology is in our world and how it affects things. Phenomenal. I know a guy that pretty much picked. He had five of the in the top six horses based on astrology. So yeah, fascinating stuff. I don't know, all the ins and outs. I know the kind of the information, but I don't know the actual science behind it, the astrology behind it. But yeah, just absolutely phenomenal to do that in that type of race with 23 horses in the field. So yeah, interesting, huh? Good to see the Queenslanders win though. Another win by the Queenslanders. It's always positive. Beat all the internationals. But yeah, have a wonderful day, guys, and good
Thanks,
luck.
Cam.
Hope it goes well.
So we've pushed down through that 60-minute trigger. Now it doesn't have confluence with anything else. And we're finding a bit of support there, moving to the high side. So it just dipped down. So technically, trigger on the high side there now, which will shift down over this hour. Another thing I was noticing on the high side there was the round number 2400 as well, is right up near those levels. So if we were to come up here, it would be some lovely shorts. And obviously it depends on we need to make sure that the market proves that kind of failure. I'll be looking for something up there now. So we've got the round number, the 4-hour clusters, the 5-minute clusters. Anyway, let's see. There's nothing going on here on the low side at the moment because we have reset the swing now down on the low side as well with that higher close. That if we were to travel further down, the clusters have readjusted there on the low side. But yeah, still nothing of real confluence down there at the moment, unless we get obviously further down here. Okay, so a bit of waiting around. Sorry that I do constantly move my charts around and I've got to kind of keep moving this writing around. Maybe it might be better that we leave it around there somewhere. So the 15-minute has made a little higher high. So now this depends on if we are in a bullish state, because 15 and the 30-minute, actually I'll add this to my chart. I was mentioning this before. I just am mindful with people logging in at different times. I want them to be able to understand kind of what I've said. So that's why I put all this always on the charts. But obviously it changes as we go. So we don't have a 60-minute trigger short anymore. We've now got a trigger long. But anyway, it's what did I want to say there? Yeah, so the 15 and the 30 minutes are in bullish state. So another thing that's important is reading the story. Actually, that would have been, again, hindsight, probably something I should have checked. It only came to the 127. If it didn't even do that, so I wouldn't have even taken it anyway. But as that dipped down, just for something for you thinking about on another time, obviously, through the 60-minute, I was looking for the 5-minute clusters were a bit further down. So I thought, okay, well, we're at the MDI, we may come further down into those. that could have given me an opportunity to go long, but the 2 minute would have been another opportunity as well, but it didn't. With it just pushing into the 127, I need it to come at least into the 133. So that in my book's not a trade anyway. So even though we might not look at taking trades until we get to 11 a.m., which is 10 a.m., which is the Japan Open. It's not that far away, where we should see the market moving a little bit more. I will still continue to read what I'm kind of looking for. So we had a higher outside close, increasing body size on that last 5-minute candle. We're now up into the open, which is also the 50% Fibonacci level. So we could get some sort of resistance here. So this where I've kind of drawn up here with a higher high, which is now shifted down, may be the case. We'll just kind of see the 30-minute trigger is above the prior candle, 30-minute candle. Okay, next 5-minute candle's closed, decreasing body size, and it's closed the MI yellow again, so it's kind of like neutral. So even though this current candle, this is just for newer traders, even though the current candle looks green, until that closes, we don't know what the MDI is. So at the moment, we're really kind of rainbow snaking. It's going from green to neutral to red to neutral. Who knows what this is going to be as yet. It's not very exciting. And I know it can be so tempting to want to jump into the market, but we really want to look at as high probability as that we can get. So we're not just going to take anything. So let's hit the trigger on the 5-minute. The MDI is still neutral. If this is 3 candles neutral when it closes, what I like to see is then I want the market to really confirm where it's going, and I won't get in on a trigger. I will wait for a lower outside close, increasing body size, or a higher outside close, increasing body size outside of the MDI, and like changing the MDI to green or red. So because I've just found sometimes I miss moves out, like by being a little bit more conservative that way. However, at least I kind of stay out of the chop then, because the trigger orders, obviously you can be getting in on a trigger order and it can just be going through the chop, so to speak, and isn't that exciting? So what's this 15-minute doing? So the 15-minute trigger is now below that last candle. It will be shifting up under this candle in the next 6 minutes, under the current candle.
Yeah, I noticed, Ingler, how close we are to the 50 on that daily chart on NQ. We have it up at
Yes. Yeah. There.
20,400, and
That's right. Yep.
so we haven't quite filled the imbalance on the daily chart yet, but we did fill it on the 60-minute. I noticed in the US close this morning, it's gone all the way back up and filled that imbalance area, which was a pretty strong move on the 60-minute chart. So we're
Yep.
almost back up to that liquidity zone as well. So yeah, it's just like you said, the 60-minute charts is definitely in a bullish type state, and the 4 hours turning bullish as well, or is bullish as well. So yeah, but I think there's going to be a bit of volatility, so it's going to be tricky to really predict the trend in the short term today. But I think overall, I think the trend will be long after the election day. But today could be a few little jitters. I remember the last election, the market tanked and then it rallied. Oh, that was no 2016. Market tanked when because it was basically Hillary Clinton was a lay down misère winner, and then all of a sudden Trump ended up winning, and then the market was winning, and then so the market tanked on the news that he was going to win, and then once it was all decided, then the money started flowing in. All right, because obviously Trump, the type of person he is, he's he's all about economy and making money, right? He's a businessman, so a lot of business people like that, or a lot of the markets like that. But then you also got that sort of there's fear that he could be unstable as well in his decisions also. So particularly with the tariffs on China and those sorts of things could weigh in on some investors and traders' mindsets as well. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting what happens in the short term. But I definitely think we're definitely going to see an overall rally in the markets. In 2025, maybe we'll have a dip, leading in, and then we have the Santa Claus rally through December, maybe. So let's see what happens. Hey, there's so many opportunities, but yeah, the market seems like it's trying to fill in those areas to the high side, trying to swing up on all the charts pretty much. And that all happened in the US Open today, didn't it? Look at the big bull run on the US Open. The 30-minute chart did a trend change.
Yeah.
60-minute chart trend
Nice big.
changed. So, the trend change is pretty established now. After, 2 days or 3 days really of markets just ranging on a low. So maybe it could be a bullish election this year, a bullish trading session.
Wouldn't mind that at all. Wouldn't mind.
Yeah, so Trump looks like Trump's like in the betting, he's at $1.55, so he's still favourite. Even though some of the polls, his lead got cut considerably in the last week. I think Predict IT had him still running at had him drop down to about 54%. Kamala Harris edged up to 53%, so she's done a late charge. And then, but in the betting, Kamala Harris is good value. I think at 245. I think she's well priced in the market there. If you're looking at that, bear with me one moment, guys. Just bear with me.
All right, Cam. So we have had a third candle with the MDI closing undecided. So for me, I want to see a strong candle with an outside close, either direction, closing the MDI that color. So I'm going to see patiently waiting for that. And the tricky things with trading is, not falling in love with the direction, and just really being, what's the word, adaptable or flexible enough to shift your way of thinking. Like this morning, I was like, right, the market's going to sell off and go down to that 4-hour trigger. And then I took one short and 3 longs. And unfortunately, I got in really nicely on the 2-minute chart on the low side, but got tapped out at break even, and that one would have helped my morning considerably. But yeah, it's, even though I was initially thinking we were going to sell down to that 4-hour trigger, then the market started. I thought what I thought was temporary support down here somewhere, down here at these green lows, ended up being significant support. So just be mindful that, you don't want to fall in love with the direction. It's having that flexibility to shift and go, right, okay, but it's not that way. We're going the other way. But also, too, to back yourself, like I got stopped out on a long trade, or the first long I took. And then, and then the market ended up rallying, but it was just obviously the market movements was really swinging and quite large. So, yeah, I got obviously chopped out on that one. So a 1, 2, 3, 4 candle now, closing neutral. So this is a really great indicator for people that aren't familiar with IDTA's indicators, that, as I said, it can kind of keep you out of this if the market's just going into a little bit of a range-bound time period, and helps you to stay out of that. So, and we're sort of, even though we're coming up to the high side, we did close with that smaller candle outside the MDI. It's decreasing body size. We run into that 50 / probably open as well. Sold down, increasing body size, but inside close. So we then made a little lower low. There's a little trigger here just above that candle. There it goes, popped up through. We are off the middle of the day, so we may get a move, find this level support. Remember, this is that weekly. I should probably make it a bit darker. We've got 3 minutes on this candle. Let's see. So if we get a higher outside close, closing the MDI green, getting above this down line, whatever it is. We are now pushing off from the 15-minute 76 as well, with the 30-minute trigger on the high side. So anyway, I'll keep an eye on that on my. So we're leading into the Asia Open now too. So what do I want to do? Yes, go back to my monthly chart and make this a little darker. Yeah, so I can actually see it. So that's potentially a level of support. It's right at the mid as well. If we get above that downtrend line, might be of interest. As I said, I probably would like it closing like over the open and even over this 4-hour, whatever it is, 127. So many different levels. So, okay, no, there's little levels. So far, I've still got a minute 44. Because say, for example, this 15-minute, if we are bullish, this 15-minute may be coming up all the way up to yesterday's high, at least, in its next bullish move. So now I'm just going to talk about risk, try and preempt as much as I can. The most recent failure point is down here. It's on the lower side of the MDI. The better placement would be all the way down here. So depending on your level of risk tolerance, you may want to switch to the MNQ. Also keep an eye on the 2-minute cases. Okay, anyway, let's see how the candle closes. It's finding resistance on the high side, so looking like it's going to close weak so far, so nothing there, not what I'm looking for. So 6 seconds or whatever it is, looks like it's going to be inside close, neutral MDI still. So if there was more confluence here as it popped through that 60-minute trigger, like the 5-minute cluster, or there was the 2-minute was there, but it wasn't even, it didn't even hit the 127. But that would have been a very interesting area for me to go long. But otherwise I've got nothing. Nothing. This candle's got 3 minutes. Got a higher high so far. Up towards the open, turning the MDI. So I'm just looking at where if it closed there, again, it's got like just under 3 minutes to go. So it could be even a red candle by the end of it. But it's looking like it is a little nicer. The high side, the 30-minute trigger is at around 365. Now, the problem is we're leading into the opening candles. Now, Asia typically isn't anything too crazy, but a wider stop would be preferable. Another option is I like body orders on trend switches. So this is like a little fake out over here. And now we've switched the trend back to potentially, switching it back. Closing over the open would be much better. I'm mindful we are into that 4-hour resistance level, which is like the 131. It could just sell off like last time. So we could just wait for a retrace, find some sort of support, and then jump on board. But again, we've got to wait a minute 30. As I said, like what this candle looks like it's doing something, then it's completely different. So, but this is starting to gain my interest. A minute to go. Get my order ready up the top of the screen. So that's the consideration. It looks like it's going to close over the open, but it's right into that high resistance level. You could wait for a retrace, but it may just take off. So that's as long as it's a higher outside close, I'm kind of interested, but I might wait for a bit of a retrace or see how we go. I'm going to go as a cover order just so it proves that little bit more. It's a slight delay in entry. There's my candle gone. So I think I just need to be considering too is the end of this candle, that 60-minute trigger is coming down just above there. Roughly 3 minutes something. If I get picked up, I'll probably try and like target up near the gap. So just on a mini scale, the 2 minute was, it's come back down to its MDI here now, but that was right up into its clusters. So it's kind of just really scrunching around a little. So that's okay. Mightn't even come back to pick me up. We'll see. Because the 15-minute trigger is now on the low side. We sort of get down near this lower level here. I'll just cancel that order. So it's made a lower low. Let's come down to that, see if it can find support here on that uptrend line. Yep, that's dropped down there. I'm going to cancel that. It's down into the 2 minute clusters. Again, nothing too exciting. So there'll be a trigger on the higher side above this current candle, but I'm kind of watching with this current candle, are we going to close below that downtrend line, below the MDI, or we're going to sort of stay trapped? We've come back now down into the MDI. We're going to stay trapped back in here again. So it looks like we're on the lower side. Nothing exciting. Okay, let's see what we've got. Park that over here for a moment, but that'll be apparent possibly. So if we are all of a sudden to get bullish and head up there, I would possibly think about that trigger. So it's a neutral MDI on the selling side, but it is increasing body size though. Another potential scenario is if we do come to the downside, we've got the just below the 60-minute trigger, which is the old one. Maybe we are going to come down further into that. It's just looking at the 15-minute 50 as well. Nothing exciting enabling me to go short at the moment. Although there's that 3350 was a number in the US, which is obviously that 76 from the weekly chart or whatever it was, or monthly, I think it is. That's why I like the color codes, because then I always remember which time frame it's coming from. I really should change that to pink. But the market was respecting that level. So PBI around 60, nothing exciting. So the 15-minute did come up and do that high into a little swing short, came up a little higher than I expected, swung around. I thought it would just make a little higher and then come back down possibly. But it's still really not giving much away. Nothing's giving much away here at the moment. We don't have any real, unless we come up here, but that's a nice move long to get up to there, which would be nice to take advantage of too. But again, we don't have anything on the sellings. I mean, on the low side here is significant support levels unless we get back over these ones here. So back to waiting. What I'm looking for here is, this looks like to be, we're stalling here at the 76 on this micro move. So kind of trapped here back into on the high side, the mid and that monthly, whatever it is, 76. I'm looking at, is this going to close a second candle neutral on the MDI? We had a really nice long that I didn't take this morning on the which was here. Similar, it was a one candle trigger, but then stalled with this one and then carried on. So that's why I'll go 2 candles for a trigger trade. But again, there's nothing much here on the low side. I think I prefer a higher outside close. Again, like I was considering back here. We may just go back to that rainbow snakes kind of scenario. So it's just push that through the trigger on the high side. Again, this could close neutral. If it was an efficient candle, I may consider. It's obviously higher outside close, but we just got to remember we're back into these resistance levels again. But it would be the 3rd candle neutral. Actually, the 60-minute trigger, the clusters, when this closes, this candle, if it closes with a higher outside close, I want to be careful. The 5-minute clusters are going to be down here now, based on that lower closing orange candle. So I like to kind of check that early, because sometimes you'll think, oh yeah, we're going to move to the high side, and then we just run into these levels which have now shifted down. So that being said, what we're now that 60-minute trigger's shifted down, if we do push up to the higher side, it might be up through the 60-minute trigger into these areas here and fail and then spin around short. Minute 50 still not looking very strong to the high side at all. The 60-minute 50 is down here. It's going to pop a black line on there. I know I have a lot of lines on my charts, but it's just how I like to see different support and resistance level and see how that sort of affects different areas. Again, I'll try and clean this up a little bit as I go along. Minute 11 on this current candle. It's 18 seconds on this candle. It looks like it's going to close neutral. So I need a strong candle like I did before in one direction or the other, where it looks like we're just trapped in the 5-minute MDI. Definitely no fast action going on just yet. So good morning, everyone. Nice to see. What a huge turnout. I wonder how many coffees we're going to get through in the day. Maybe I should switch to tea. I've already had 2 coffees, so pushing back down through that old 60 trigger. We've still got like 3 minutes on this candle. We don't know if it's going to close red, green, or neutral. So this candle sold down. We've still got 2 minutes. We're into the 5-minute clusters slash the 60-minute 50. So I'm expecting some sort of support here. So we may have a trend switch the other way. But again, where is my risk going to go? Behind this is the dominant. If it closes like this, say, for example, can look completely different in a minute 40. Risk behind the dominant candle is the smallest. Risk behind the failure is all the way back up there. And so I think I'm going to wait and see. We may have chosen a direction. We've got lots of room on the downside. Like we're not getting to the MDIs yet. We've got the around 200-300. Round down here would have significant support down at the 15-minute at 76 and MDI. So maybe what I might wait is for a bit of a retrace here, if there is some sort of retrace to the high side, because I'm expecting some sort of support here. But we could come down as low as down here, so we've got a little bit further. So it depends on where I can place my risk. Do I come behind there? So I think I'll wait for a bit of a retrace first. We've got the 15-minute 50 as well. So we've come down with that lower low. Just pretty much traded straight down so far. So I wouldn't have been able to get onto that. I haven't got a retraces yet. Yeah, so my concern is that 60-minute 50 and these 5-minute clusters. We could actually just reverse back the other way from here. But sometimes you think, okay, we've switched the trend, we're heading the other way, and all of a sudden it becomes like a little bit of a fake out like this. That to me is a weak trend switch. So I'd need a higher high before getting in a trigger short. This is a strong trend switch, but we're right into the 5-minute clusters. So it's probability that the market's going to head the other way. We've had a reasonable retrace back towards the MDI. I'm just thinking I might get in on a 5-minute instead. Sorry, 2-minute. There'll be a smaller risk. It would be an earlier entry. So hopefully get a higher close. And then I could be kind of in and out or de-risked by the time that we get taught back into that 60-minute 50. If we get a higher close, we're going to reset those clusters as well, which would be good. So I've got Confluence. We're up in the middle of the day. Again, we haven't closed yet. We might close over that, but we're into the 2-minute MDI. Okay, I'm cancelling that. We've got the 15-minute trigger on the high side and the 30. Those 5-minute clusters were pretty strong there, and the 60-minute 50. So anyway, we'll see. Anything we've got the 15-minute trigger on the high side, the 30-minute on the high side, and the 60-minute on the high side. I'm going to wait so we're getting to what the next candle brings us. This looks like it's going to close probably back in the 5-minute MDI again. Hey Steve, how you doing? Amanda, yeah, exactly. We definitely need some snacks. Hi Daniel, how you doing? Consider 5 minutes, sorry, the 2 minutes back underneath the mid. Just not too excited about that as yet. See, we didn't get a higher outside close for the 5 minutes, so it hasn't reset these swings. So this is still fairly significant support. It's kind of like pick a direction, guys. Pick a direction. No one wants to. So we had very similar in the US close where we were could have almost put a box over the 15-minute was coming right up to the top of the box and then back down again to the bottom of the box, up to the top of the box. I'm just mindful. We're just kind of don't have anything too clearly laid out here. Like I like finding entries on the 2 minute, but it really is for the moderators. It's really hard to call trades on the 2 minute because it just all happens so quick. I much prefer the 5 minute, and it does create a little bit more patience. But yeah, execution on the 2 minute chart, like you've got to be quick. And for to be able to speak and relay that to you guys at the same time is really quite hard. So I sort of shifted that downtrend line up to incorporate these new highs and being quite steep across those. So yes, we've got that 60-minute trigger. Then we have the Singapore Open. So are we coming up to that 60-minute trigger? We haven't done that yet on the higher side. So we made a lower low into the 60-minute 50. Is this what we're doing? We didn't close that last ABC pattern, and that's why I've got that black line at that 100% level. We didn't close over it. We've come back down. So far found support on the 60-minute 50. Obviously struggling here at all these 4-hour levels. So quite a bit of patience required, which is the fun and games of trading. For all the people out there on the socials, big hello. And you're going to note that we like to change our name from traders to waiters because that is what we're doing most of the time, is waiting for the right setup. There it goes. A big push up to the 60 trigger, possibly. Anyway, it hasn't got up there yet. That little blip was through the 15-minute trigger and I think the 30 as well. But it could reverse from here. Like there is significant resistance along that, which is that 4-hour level, I'd say. So if we get a close, like what I was looking for over here, might finally get that close above that downtrend line. Just going to see what the risk would be if anticipating. If it does, might just happen like before it gives a little bit of a fake out. Okay, let's see. Is it going to be a higher outside close? Is it going to close above the open? No. Yes, no. No. Well, my God. Okay, so it's an inside close. I'm just going to wait. It's neutral MDI. It's not really increasing body size. 48, 49, one tick, nothing to write home about. Again, it's not an outside close, which would sort of provide a little bit more strength. It's closed above the MDI, but not an outside close. So it's running into these levels on the high side. So what I could do is wait for, if we are moving further into this daily trigger and coming up to higher levels, if we get a lower low into a swing long like that, I'd be interested. But I want it to be that we just come into this trick, like the 60-minute trigger, and then just reverse. So our expansion levels to the high side will be like that. Again, possibly interested. We get up here again because we've got that. Oh no, the daily numbers up, round numbers up there. That's kind of a bit more of my interest of going short. Otherwise, I'm starting to think about going long. See if we can hold above that downtrend line. But I think I would, like I said, I think I'd like to see it as a little lower low into a swing long. Because for this, if it closes above this 60-minute trigger, it might not necessarily be a strong, like an increasing body size. And, you know, we have these 5-minute clusters up here. It's looking like it's trying to get moved to the high side. Hopefully it just doesn't run without me. And we've got the 2-minute clusters up there as well. So it would be expecting some resistance once it gets over the 60-minute trigger anyway. So just, we just got to kind of wait for that right moment, just based on this resistance. So push through the 60-minute trigger. The 2-minute might give me an opportunity with finding resistance here, coming back to the MDI, and might give me what the 5 minutes not at the moment. Twenty-five seconds. That was that 60-minute level there too, the 100% level. I'm expecting the market to go further along. It needs to be good timing to get in though. We're into the 15-minute 76 as well. So this would be like kind of like, although we had the 60-minute 50 there, which was kind of like confluence for the move to this side. We're here, we're into the gap, we're into the 5-minute clusters again. We're into that 60-minute 100% level, the 15-minute 76, etc. So I don't want to be run into this market, which would be nice but again, I just need it to be the right timing with support behind me. So we're wanting to get in at the beginning of a swing. Now, the start of the swing is obviously back here. Now, we don't know if this swing is going to end up here somewhere or so it's better to wait for it just to retrace and then carry on to the higher side. That's what it's going to do. Also, yeah, up here, we do get up there. Definitely be interested for some sort of shorts up there. We've got the round number, the daily 50 Fibonacci, 4-hour 161, the 15-minute expansion levels or clusters. 30-minute would be up there as well. So if I'm not able to get in long, I'll be looking for something off that high side there. Now, another option is if we don't come back to the MDI, say, for example, we get a close over yesterday's high. Again, it's getting a little too late. And then a pull back. I don't mind getting in once it sort of confirms over the other side of a brick wall that it's going to continue on, but it depends on where that close is, because if we sort of close up here and come back, I'm like trading into these levels. So might not get an opportunity to get in long, which is okay. So we haven't had a lower low yet on the 2-minute either. So we could stall. So no opportunity for me to go long as yet. Okay. Bang. So into the 15-minute clusters, the daily 50, the round number 2400. See where this candle closes. Into the 5-minute 200, into the sell zone as well. Need to wait for another candle before I can go short. This says anything on the 2 minute. Maybe get in a little earlier. But it'd be nice for the 15 minute to come up higher. It hasn't yet even got into the 133 yet for the 15 minutes. If we just pushed up a little higher. Because now it's quite bullish. I don't really want to get caught in a liquidity break to the high side. So it has to be pretty special here. Otherwise, I'm just waiting for a nice pullback and then going long. We've gapped up on that open. Right, we've got 60-minute levels there too. Why? 42 seconds. I think I'm going to look for a short on the 2 minute. I'm going to be quick enough. So I've got to wait 33 seconds. And just hopefully that daily, the 2400 doesn't turn into support, because it could knock me in on a trigger and then head up the other way. It's a smallish risk, so I'll have a look at it. That's saying what was resistance may turn into support. It jumped my order. Oh my God. So jump my order. I've just pressed sell, which is fairly late, but hopefully I can get something out of this then. That is really annoying. Anyway, we'll see how we go. Hope we get a lower outside close. Okay, I'll just manually close that, guys, just above the gap. because I did not like that delayed entry there, and it was right just before the lower support levels there. So I really should have been in at, but jump my order. It should have been in at that yellow line and getting out at that green line. So let's just see. When I roughly kind of got probably the same, we should be around 50. I probably didn't get that much, but I think it was around 30. Sorry, hang on. It's definitely not that much. Around 40 ticks or something like that. Anyway, let's have a look how we're going from there. So that was on the 2-minute chart. So we did push down. So that was good. I entered on the 2-minute based on the risk on the 5-minute would have become quite significant. And it's right into the gap on the low side. So yeah, sometimes you've got to kind of make quick decisions like that based on, I'll try and get some of this stuff off the charts, guys. Too many things on here, I think. But yeah, you got to think quick. Is it worthwhile getting in a little late? Just because it was a 2-minute chart, I was okay with the extending out my risk a little. And then, getting in, like obviously we had then the 5-minute trigger, which we then now have probably the 15-minute trigger. We might go a little bit more to the downside, but also to watch that we might get trapped here on the 5-minute clusters now. Now these guys might turn into support levels. So I'm now looking at support. Wow, that could be a nice move. A bit bigger. Anyway, and like the 2-minute MDI will most likely be support too. So anyway, yeah, just if you find that you do, your orders jumped or it don't always, like I don't like to chase the market, but it just depends on, I knew it hadn't got yet to the 5-minute trigger and I was in and out before that really, I think. Yeah, it was just on the low side of the gap. So I had that sort of opportunity still. Now we might be heading back up again. 3 minutes, we're dead. Look where we're at. Oh, good. Well done, everyone. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, that was fast, wasn't it? And that's why I don't really like the 2-minute chart so much. It's too, it can give obviously opportunities for smaller risk, but you've got to be quick. So now all of a sudden we come back up again, maybe retest. We could get another opportunity. We just have to think about this. Just be careful about the long side for the moment. We're still not back to the 5-minute MDI, so I don't want to jump in long too quickly. If it really had pushed back down to the 5-minute MDI in the open, and then sort of like closing back above these levels, but I don't want it to do that. We're just rolling over further short, like into these levels. Oh, and then back down again. So let's just wait and see. Let's look across these big charts quickly. Yeah, there's a lot of resistance, particularly that daily 50. So it might be like that. But anyway, we'll see. Let's maybe wait for the 15-minute to catch up a bit. We might get another So those 2 minutes have reset. We may get still a bit further up. Okay, so it's going to sit for a bit. I don't think there's anything too obvious. As yet. Yeah, so that is the only other thing that was nice looking was that on the 2 minute, that would have been the expansion levels down there. I mean, we had the 2 minute expansion levels, the 5 minute, but the 2 minute just closed over the 161. So that's why I didn't look at that, which if it closes over, you can kind of expect it to go further. But that's the only other thing that was kind of nice in regards to that move on the high side. So we might just wedge around here for a bit. Okay, we're about to start a new candle. What I'm going to do is we've got 5 minutes. This is telling me absolutely nothing at the moment, apart from we're just sort of trapped a little bit here. That, and as I said, we might just need the 15-minute to candle to catch up and the 30. Anyway, so I've got 5 minutes and I'm just going to get a bit of fruit. So be right back, everyone. I won't be longer than this candle, I doubt, hopefully. Okay, nothing exciting. I'm back. We'll have the Singapore Open shortly. Okay, so that trade was plus 38 ticks. Little less than I was hoping to get, but that's still pretty good. Um, that was a 2-minute reversal trigger. So that was order skipped or jumped, delayed entry, took less profit um, at the gap. We got a little lower low. We didn't have a higher high across here. So now we've got that higher high. Oh yeah, support was at 50, 60-minute 50. And clusters, but the 5-minute, but they really, no real opportunity to get in long based on the risk. 15 and the 30-minute were in bullish states, and they certainly confirmed that again. That was interesting. But I want to get some of these lines off my chart. I do apologize, everyone. No, it gets it seemingly a little bit busy, but it all makes sense to me. Just kind of reminds me visually of things. Some people like to get their charts. I mean, I of course like to keep it as clean and clear as possible, but I need visual things to smack me in the face to remind me that there's something coming up potentially. So we may get something else, but we just got to be patient for this. We don't want to get into choppy areas. This is kind of like, I mean, setting aside that my orders was jumped, if it picked me up and that went and paid perfectly, they're the kind of trades I like and that I'm prepared to wait for. I don't like sitting in the market going through choppers. People in the US close see me freak out. Yeah, so my style of trading is I like to be in and out within 1 to 2 candles, whatever the time frame. Quicker the better for me. And I'm not a long target trader. So I'm happy to sit on the sideline with less anxiety, even though I might miss some opportunities if it doesn't line up for me. I'm happy to be a waiter waiting for a setup than being a trader waiting to get paid and you're in the market. So I'm happy. That's me personally. I don't like watching the market going up and going against me and then forward and back and whatever. That drives me nuts. So anyway, back to this fruit that I got, which is good. Lorna, what made me change? Yeah, I know. I didn't. Oh no, it's because I'm doing the US close. I think that's my excuse. So my excuse is doing the US close. I have to get out of the market by the end of it. So I'm happy for. I like that's you can go further quicker. Whereas say when I was doing those longer targets, they were in the Asia session when I was doing that limitless, the predominant limitless trading that I was doing. Was in the Asia session. And yeah, I think some of my trades were like 45 minutes where US close, I got the excuse of, look, I've got to get out of the market anyway. So, and look, you can obviously with the larger moves in that market, you can get paid quicker and the same amount, where I'd be sitting what would be a larger target in Asia session. It might be like 100 ticks. You can get paid on that one candle on the US market. So I definitely have found my session, and I won't trade. I mean, obviously, I'm looking here at the Asia session, but it just confirms for me that US close is my kind of thing. I mean, this is probably higher PVI than what we had in the US close. Oh, I can't remember. I think it picked up at the end, but yeah, it wasn't anything extraordinary for the US close today either. I mean, this is good for Asia. I mean, that trade from here was really, I'm happy with the trade I took there based on the 2-minute chart. That all just set up perfectly, apart from my bumble on getting in there, but probably the trade of the day so far in the Asia session would be this reversal. Normally I would be looking at the 5-minute clusters. There was a slight bit of confluence, but because it had pushed down through, but normally I'd be looking at that when it does this over here. If all that was with this, I would have been bang in there long off that. I wouldn't care that the MDI is on the high side or whatever. But because we didn't push through this 60-minute on the high side and we came down into this older trigger, I was like, you know what? We could really be going a lot further down. So, yeah, but we just stopped there and went completely the other way. So, but that was my thinking based on why I didn't take that as a 5-minute trigger that way, based on there was confluence here, not a huge amount, but that 60-minute 50 was pretty nice. So we are just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth here, guys. Don't rush into any of this. All right. Okay. Going for a second slam. That's not giving me an opportunity to get in. May do. I'll keep an eye on the 2-minute chart anyway on the other screen. But yeah, not my kind of thing here at the moment. Peter, how are you going? You mentioned you couldn't really hear me. Is that correct? I'm speaking now. If you want to check that, your volume. Oh, I don't even know if you can hear me though. I'll just say I Peter, can you hear me speaking now, or let me know? Talking, talking, talking. Not saying anything important. Oh, you can hear. Great. Lovely. I'm not talking now. I'm just eating my fruit. There's nothing going on here at the moment, guys. Nothing. So feel free to have a little 5-minute candle break.
Hey guys, I'm just Cam here, just stepping in. I know Indy's having a quick break. Um, just a bit of a disclosure. I've just gone long on this trade, so I'm just going to see if we can get up to the R1. I'm just looking at the elections results at the moment are coming in, and looks like Trump's leading by 95 to 35 at the moment in the votes. So yeah, just looking like
Sorry, Cam, what did you
Oklahoma's
say?
leading
What were the votes, Cam? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
95 to 35 at the moment, Trump.
Ah,
So Trump's won 9 states, and he's won and Kamala Harris has won in 5 states. So Trump looks like he's leading at the moment. He's got 54% of the votes so far. Ooh, big volatile snap there. This is where you're going to see a lot of today. You're going to see look at the daily volumes up 72%. PVI is already up to 105. You're going to see huge swings and roundabouts. So you've got to make sure if you are trading, you've got to be able to hold that risk. If you particularly if you're running a trend. So if you think, it's bullish at the moment that Trump's winning, and got a pretty substantial lead, that's the market's reacting to that at the moment. So yeah, that's you've got to have a viewpoint, and like in anything we do, it's all about like Ingela mentioned before. We're trading, right? It's not about we're not. If we were doing something called winning, we'd be winning every time, right? So you can't expect you're going to have winning trades every single trade, right? We do trading, not winning or losing. It's trading, right? So just that the market will go what it does, and there's inherent risk and reward in what we do, right? So everything we do has risk to reward. I think we sometimes forget that we have risk in the markets, and that's just inherent to what we do. So it doesn't mean anything about you as a person, all right? Winning or losing, it's got nothing to do with that. It's about trading. It's making a decision based on what you think is going to happen in the market in the time frame that you have to deliver your transaction, right? So that's simple as that.
nice one, Cam. So you're in a long trade and you're targeting the
Yeah, I'm
R1.
in a long. I've got one target up at the R1. I've got my risk down at 20,320. So I'm giving it some breathing room.
Yeah, nice one. You got way more
Yeah,
patience than me.
it's a 1-to-1. I'm on a micro contract, so I'm not like
Yeah,
risking. I'm risking what percent of my account? I'm risking less than 2% of my account.
perfect management. And look, we've just had the 5-minute candle, really nice higher outside closing above that the daily 50 so far. Again, that can change, but on the 5-minute it has. So we did make a little lower low on the 5-minute, and then came up, made a higher high, back to a lower low off the gap. That was that weird Singapore open candle. Didn't give much across here, but we've now had that nicer higher outside close.
Yeah, I'd be careful of chasing the market here at the moment because we are at the R1 on the S&P 500. So the market is struggling at the R1. So I think if we can break the R1 on the S&P, Nasdaq will probably follow. So I am watching the S&P just so that we get a nice breakthrough there
Mm,
and some continuation. But
and the S&P clusters, so we may get some sort of resistance up, shorter term sort of resistance.
yeah,
But yeah, like I was saying before, you just got to know what your trading style is. As I mentioned, I just like to get in, get out. And it's all risk to reward. And like Cam was highlighting there, just for any newer members, it's your risk on account as well. That's why I kind of like the tighter turns and just getting in, getting out quick works for me, and it's works for me on an emotional sense. I'm not, I can't do this large target trading, but I think for what we're doing here today, and we've got the live trading room open all day, we may as well have a bit of entertainment. And while someone's going long, it doesn't mean you can't be going short on a smaller time frame within that overall movement. So yeah, it's just understanding where you are as a trader and what, because obviously trading is such an emotional game. You need to think about how it affects you. If you have a couple of losses and you're crying in the corner, you obviously aren't trading the way that you can emotionally handle it. So it's getting a session that you gel with, that suits, there's so many different things. Like it comes down to, like, I love the US close for me because everyone in my family is asleep. I've got no one annoying me. And, all of a sudden all the phones ringing and things like that. I've got complete focus at that time frame. Some people, and again, I have to get out by the end of the day. So I don't have a choice to trade longer. I can still have relatively large targets. I mean, some of those moves goes, 300 ticks if I could sit in there that long. But I know for myself, emotionally, it just is not my kind of ball game. I think the 2 minutes coming off, it's MDI close to it.
Yeah, look, I think trading's something that we're not programmed to really learn. It's not like your parents teach you how to be a trader. You don't learn it. You don't have any mentors on how to trade until until you work with us. Then you find your mentors that you work with, and you'll find your way. So I think it's a process of constantly. It's a process of constant growth and learning about you as a trader. It's about you becoming a trader, but then also you learn about yourself in the same time, because it is all about you at the end of the day, right? You're the decision maker. So and I know for me, my growth in trading is all about worthiness. You're not good enough, or you're not worthy, or all these sorts of this programming that I've had since I've been a childhood, right? So learning to trade, it tempers that. It's like throwing yourself in just imagine you're a piece of metal, and you've got to you're trying to build resistance. Like, do we have any metal workers in our session today? Because if you're a metal worker, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, to make a really strong piece of metal, you just don't put it into the fire once and it's created, right? You got to put it into the fire, heat it up, then you bring it out, and you got to bash it around. And then you've got to put it back into the fire and heat it again, and then bash it again. So that's kind of the process we do. It's an amazing process we can do with ourselves when you're learning, right? You've got to put yourself into the fire. You don't beat yourself up, you don't bash yourself, but you learn about yourself. I think that's the wonderful process about this. But yeah, I think it's just knowing that we're not programmed to. I don't think any of you guys had parents that were traders, so it's tough. And then we beat ourselves up because we're not traders. It's like, unless you're, if your father or mother was a doctor, you're probably going to be a really good doctor, because you've learned those skills. But you're probably not going to be a great trader until you learn what trading's all about. So yeah, it's a real mental process, and it's number one thing is it goes against so many things we're taught growing up. Remember, everything has an inherent risk. If you're a business person, you know there's inherent risk in everything you do. I watched that Martha Stewart documentary last night. Has anyone seen that? What an incredible woman. Like, I know I'm only, I'm living in Australia, so I don't really realise how big Martha Stewart was in the United States, but what a powerhouse of a woman. Oh my God. If you want to watch a good documentary on what she went through, oh my God. She was absolutely like treated like Joan of Arc, like a witch. It was horrendous. Yeah, we haven't really had any strong role models like Martha Stewart, particularly for young women growing up in Australia. I don't think there's been anyone like that. Ida Buttrose, maybe. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking and let the markets do their talking. Back over to you, Ingy.
You're doing good, Cam. Okay, so yeah, I don't see just a lot of kind of resistance levels that we're kind of meandering on our way through. So if we were to come back to the 5-minute MDI, we also got yesterday's high. We could get a nicer kind of move long to get into that overall larger trend. But yeah, because there wasn't anything across here that was, relatively nice. There was definitely, as I mentioned, as the market came back here, I said, watch these. The clusters can turn into support, which they have done so. We did obviously have some brick walls there as well, like gap. Even yesterday's high was some form of support, but it would be nicer coming back to the 5-minute MDI and really making a nice strong move there, continuing on. But I'm not too sure if that's how soon, if that could happen. But otherwise, levels of support other than that, the daily and the 4-hour. But again, I wouldn't be taking it. And we're off the 5-minute fast MDI as well. But it's a little bit, I'd rather it come back to these lower levels first. If that was me looking for a long, we don't it was where's your risk going to go? So the last lower low we had was back here. We've just been making higher lows so far, but decreasing body size. It looks like we're about to close very soon. Is it going to be inside close? So like a little kind of wedgie thing here. Might see it a bit more clear on the 2-minute.
Yeah, Trump's leading in Texas. Democrats were leading there for a little while, but Trump's back in the lead there. So you can see how it's all playing out at the moment. It's like a sea of red down in the south, and in the north, it's all blue, apart from Indiana and West Virginia. West Virginia is red. But all the northern states are all Democrat. It's almost like going back to the Civil War. But California will be really interesting. I think California really swung last election, went really Democrat. But yeah, I know I've got friends over in California and they were saying it was just so many Trump supporters. Every flag you saw was a Trump flag.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting once it's all over. Selection.
Yeah, look, like I said, I don't think it's going to have a significant impact on the overall what's coming in the economy, but I do think short term, I think 2025 is going to be very much very very bullish. I think Trump being in presidency will just be an even stronger bullish move,
Mm.
whereas I think Democrats will be more evenly paced. So I think there's going to be a lot of excitement with Trump getting in, and then I think we'll get a real strong, last bit of the cycle. I think the big peak.
Big rally, and I'm interested to excited to see what's going to happen with Bitcoin. Where that looks like we're at the start of that next bull run.
Yeah, yeah. It had a nice little retracement, didn't it, over the last little while.
The expansion levels work really well on it too.
It's moving really well today.
Mm.
It's following the index at the moment. It's gone from it's up basically $2,000 today. So the Trump news is the Trump lead is filtering into the price. Let's say. I think we're just getting a bit of a retracement at the moment, but this rally I think is going to continue until we see some until I think that if the Democrats start winning some seats, then or winning some states, we might see a bit of a sell-off. To me, it's just kind of grinding. Like you said, Ingy, it's probably stuck at these expansion levels at the moment and just probably just in its retracement phase at the moment. So you just got to be careful in these retracement phase. You just got to have enough risk if you are staying in if you're in a longer term trade, you've got to just have enough, have enough to be able to handle the whip of the pullbacks. Like 15-minute type risk is probably more of a suitable type risk, unless you're scalping the market. So yeah, that's the thing. Like we talked about, it all comes down to how you approach the market, what your time frames are, what you're prepared to risk for the reward. It's
Yeah, and then just waiting for it to come get into that sweet spot.
yeah. Yeah, and you were talking before about risk and stuff like that. It's like you just don't trade with money you can't afford to lose. Bottom line, that's the biggest thing. When you overcome that analogy, then you definitely, once you learn the skill of trading, you can then just let your creativity flow and imagine your imagine your trades. But obviously, experience in the markets takes time, right? So it's like you got to, like I was talking about, analogy of tempering the metal. You've got to build your resilience, build your plan. It's going to take time. It's not an instantaneous, all of a sudden you're a strong, seasoned trader. You've got to go through the weathering process.
Yeah, definitely. And reading the story, I mentioned that before. I think that's the trickiest part, and combining that with, again, not falling in love with the direction and being flexible enough to just shift your thinking and yeah. Well, I think you said something before, Cam, with regards to
Well, not value, not giving any meaning to a winning
yeah,
trade or a
yeah,
losing
yeah,
trade.
yeah.
It's like so often I know I've done that in my past. You have a losing trade. Oh, you're a bad person. You just wasted all this money. It's like, that's just, it's like, that's like self-abuse,
Mm.
It's like you're bullying yourself.
It certainly
Yeah,
does get easier and easier, I think, as you go along, but it never kind
yeah,
of leaves you altogether, does it?
that's
You
right. I don't think, like I said, I don't think anyone's naturally born, as a trader. It's a process, And some of you guys would be born natural traders, you know. Some of you guys might have a lot of inherent skills, you know, DNA that you inherited from your family, you know. But if you don't come from a trading background, you might find it a little bit tougher. Or a business background.
So we just popped down with the 5-minute lower low. It's definitely got support across this daily level. Now it's what was resistance has now turned into support. See how we go if that can hold, because we do have this 15-minute has come further up. It's still got a trigger on the low side. We've been making higher lows this whole way up. So in 2 minutes, the trigger will shift up underneath this candle. We'll see if it stays below that 2400. It's a round number as well. Same with the 30 minutes looking quite weak, and that's closing in 2 minutes too. The 60-minute trigger still got another half an hour. But we're keeping an eye on that, how that sort of goes. Will it stay weak? I mean, this can, in another 30 minutes, this can look completely different. It could be the big strong candle up here, or it could be a red candle down here. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a sell-off. Anyway, just keep an eye. It's coming down. We've got next level of support here. Was it yesterday's high in the MDI? So what would be nice really is, say, where's the 30-minute? Okay, I'm below the gap. We might sort of push down a bit lower into these areas and then look for a long again. Then we might see, say, the 15-minute and the 30-minute push through their triggers on the low side and potentially fail. But looking kind of weak at the moment. Inside close, decreasing body size. Inside close, decreasing body size. Oh, see if we can pop up. So we should have some sort of movement to the low side. But there's a lot of support down here as well. And in 30 minutes, we've got Bruce coming in to moderate the next session. Bruce is going to be taking over the reins from midday.
You've had a big day, Ingela. Well done.
I know.
You're a machine.
But it was nice to have that break in between, so it wasn't too bad. And with the time change too, with it being later now, the US close opening later, it's actually quite okay to do so. But no, it's worked out quite nicely. So it's fun to come into my old stomping grounds.
Yeah, that Axios website that I'm looking at just crashed, so there must be way too much on it, way too much traffic. I've got a backup site that I'm looking at, and that's got electoral college votes 23% voted. Trump's 99, Kamala Harris 27. So remember, the magic number is 270.
If there's anyone out there on the socials and you've got any questions, I believe we do have some staff members. Hopefully can see the questions. If there is a question box, is there a question box, Cam, that people can ask questions? More
Yeah,
than
yeah,
happy to.
there's a chat.
Great.
Not
I
much at
can't
the
see
moment.
them. Yeah, cool. But if there is any questions for people out there that aren't our members, by all means, fire away.
So there's been on the Senate, there's been 9 of 34 seats called. So Republicans are leading in the Senate at the moment. And the House is Republicans are at 125 to 75 at the moment. So Republicans are looking really strong early in the count. So it's still early days. So anything can happen. I remember the last couple of elections, things really swung. I think that the last one with Biden and Trump, it was like it was so neck and neck, and it was quite a shock. Remember how it went on and on for ages. The actual decision, like it went to court, and there was all sorts of stuff going on. But yeah, so S&P's hitting this R1, giving it another crack. Maybe get a breakout on the bottom of the hour. So we're coming into the 11:35 candle. So we just had a breakout, but um, bit of selling coming into the R1 on S&P, that is. A good way to play these markets is if you're a scalper, it's kind of scalping heaven. These markets, because they tend to, if they start to form a trend, they'll sort of bust through the high and then they'll just flop over until they're really ready to find strength. But if you looked at the last couple of breaks we've had on the S&P, if you've got an ES chart or an MES chart, you'll see it breaks the high, probably pops about 2 points or so, and then it flops over and just retraces. So it's not really finding its. Yeah, so it went 4 points. The last break went 4 points. That break went 20 points. Sorry, 5 points. So it went 4 points. Then when it broke the last high, it went 20 ticks or 5 points. So it's been pretty consolidatory. Hey, Ingy, the trading so far.
It's interesting though. Like it was interesting to see that pop up above, and obviously that was to do, like you said, with the S&P. We've come back down below that 100% level. And the 2 minute I was watching on my other screen, and why that candle was coming up, I had that downtrend line on there, and I thought, okay, we might get a bit of strength in this market because we're coming off these lower 2 minute cluster levels. But yeah, it couldn't hold on that downtrend line. So anyway,
Still a bit of short-term activity.
mm, yeah. And again, when you were talking there, I was like, how to watch this with this 15 minute, if I had the kahunas, but this inside candle, as the market came up through there, you would have had to have been really quick. But testing that inside candle, then looking for, some sort of, or just shorting, depends on what the risk would have been behind the
Yeah.
day's high, but then shorting it back down to this little low here. But again, that would have been super quick. And you would have had to been sitting there ready and waiting for it. So
Yeah,
okay.
we're into those liquidity, we're into that liquidity area now. So the market's selling off that liquidity zone.
Hmm. We've got the 30-minute trigger on the low side. A little bit further. See if it can come down and test that before doing anything anywhere.
Yeah, it's struggling at the 20,400 mark. I think if buying can get above the R1, which is about 585, 5850 on the ES, that probably will drag up the Nasdaq, I'd say. But it's yeah, it's all a bit slow at the moment.
So we've come down into the 5-minute MDI, two of the brick walls, but we haven't gone through that 30-minute lower low yet. I would have liked to see that before thinking going long. And two, the any sort of entry at the moment would be into that round number 2400 and that daily 50. So let's just wait and see. I would like it to push down further on the low side.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you make. That 30-minute has not been broken yet. So we're one time framing on the 30-minute charts on all indexes at the moment.
So we could get down below the gap there, that'd be nice. Because otherwise we've got 20 minutes and it's looking all pretty weak here. It's kind of like that, like you say, Cam, that slow turning boat. We don't want to be, or if we have a bit of a move to the downside, we don't want to be kind of getting in on what could just be we've got lower low, higher high, lower low. We just don't want it to be like a little high high and get us in, hit that, and then roll over further short to.
Yeah, it could be just it could see the 4 hour charts up into its expansions at the moment.
Mm, yeah, that's all my
The
green
four
lines.
hour the 4 hour did a beautiful swing yesterday. Yesterday, obviously that US Open was just tremendous opportunity to go long.
Mm.
You could see the 4 hour chart swung up at that point as well, and all the indicators swung up as well. All of our trend indicators swung up.
Yeah, 19 minutes too on the 60-minute chart. Still looking very weak. So we just might be a little bit more. Where's that low down there? Okay. At the moment, still got 20 minutes to go.
We hit the 50 of the on the daily chart anyway. That was that sort of that target up around 2400. Looks like it hit that level today. So market can get very stuck around these 50s.
So a few candles till we get to the hourly candle. So it may be that time is just waiting for that to catch up, where it will shift up underneath there in 18 minutes. And it might just nook down, find support on a lower area. We've got that 60-minute 100 there as well. And then carry on to the high side. Just looking where that's at where the gap is. So we might fluff along here a bit. Oops, wrong one. So that's not there for a little bit, but doesn't mean we might just be overreaching that and kind of do a fake out on the low side and then travel further long. So I'd be careful trading against these sort of larger triggers for a little bit. We'll just wait till this 17 minutes and then they'll all catch up. You can see we're kind of trapped on the low side on these 2-minute temporary levels. Just trying to push down and getting stuck. Trying to push down, getting stuck. Just sort of stalling it to the low side.
This is a bit like John's session on Friday, but the volume's a bit higher, volatility's a bit higher. Like it was threatening to break out, but it just got into that time phase. So that's the thing, you can still reverse against the major trend and scalp this. Like what are the reversal trades? There was like a 15-minute. There was like a the 15-minute short was pretty weak, really.
We did have another 2-minute, looks like, up here, and it came up to retest these levels.
Still gone 62 ticks.
But no, it was actually shy. It was on there 127 again. That's not, wouldn't have been for me. Sorry, what did you say, Cam?
Oh no, I'm just saying, like these, these little reversal scalps against the major trend are
Yeah,
still viable trades, aren't they?
absolutely. And this, I like this push up here. I love those sort of push-ups, and it sort of gets like the 76 and then it rolls over short, but that was kind of right into the MDI. So it's, again, really sort of trapped in here. Again, you can always look in hindsight and go, amazing, but it's trading's all about reading the story in real time, and that's why these live trading rooms are so useful, because you can look back in static charts and go, okay, yeah, I would have got in there and gone out there and all that sort of stuff, but unless you're really in the market as it's unfolding live, it can be very challenging to kind of forecast what's coming up next, because obviously the candles they're swapping and changing all the time, and like this candle here, obviously that moved up super quick and then back down again. So unless you've kind of got in your mind what you're looking for, and you're ready to make that move, you either won't get it, you won't get in onto the move quick enough, or so it is a matter of being okay that you're not going to get everything. It's not about getting everything. It's just waiting for that. It's all about timing, waiting for it to get to where you're looking for. I mean, obviously I was interested in something long here, but it just did not give me that lower low of where I could put my risk safely. And by the time it did give a lower low here, it was kind of done to the high side, which was correct until we popped out then later on. So, it's, if it doesn't give you exactly what you're looking for, just wait, because it'll eventually will. You just got to have that patience to wait. But also too, then you got snappy to react and move quick and be, and that's why I suppose getting that clarity around your trading or what you're looking for is important. I knew that I could, on the 2-minute chart with this trade, I knew I could get in delayed as the market was coming down here because it hadn't hit the 5-minute trigger yet, which was down where I was already out by that time. So I thought, well, as long as I kind of get out before then, if it pushes through that trigger and even reverses on the 5-minute, I'll be okay. But if that, say, for example, the 5-minute entry was up, sorry, trigger was around, say, here, it's probably too late. But you've got to be able to make those quick decisions and referencing, all these different timeframes and stuff like that. Look, too, you don't always have to reference a lot of timeframes. People may feel that it's a lot going on with these larger charts and we're flicking around from the 2-minute to the daily time frame and things like that. I know that I could easily just sit on the 5-minute chart. I do like to look where some larger chart references are, but I could probably, once I pop them on my chart, I could probably just stick really and look at the 5-minute chart and be okay with my trading. You don't have to flick around so much. I do with regards to obviously the 2-minute entries, because sometimes the days like today, they can offer that small amount of risk, or otherwise just go back to the MNQ. Either one doesn't matter. Same, but different really. But yeah, just the 2-minute, the only downfall with the 2-minute is that you've got to be a bit quicker. And I do find that calling trades as a moderator can be a little bit like, quick guys now. So yeah. But I'm going to be signing off in the next 10 minutes, guys, and handing over to Bruce. But I do hope the people on the socials, or even our members that are not in the LTRs come into the LTRs, because they are a fun social aspects. Not so social for us early in the mornings, but I see people getting a little bit more chirpier now. The time's a little later. So yeah, I look forward to seeing you guys in the US close for any new members. And
how's the you've been doing really well in the close too. I've noticed a lot of your results have been super positive as well. So
yeah, thanks, Cam.
well done, great effort.
It is. It's kind of good. Just got my flow on, and just obviously this morning was a down day. Nothing too significant, nothing too hectic. But yeah, at least we've got a little bit of extra back here on the Asia session. But yeah, so it's a business, isn't it? You got your income and your expenses. You got to pay some out sometimes.
Yeah.
About having everything balanced. So what have we got on this candle? 13 seconds. Are we going to close below yesterday's high? Increasing body size, lower outside close. Again, are we going to come down yet to this 30-minute trigger? And then but that's not there yet, that's 60. Then it would be about shifting up under there. We may get a, let me look at the 2-minute quickly. We haven't had a reset of the swing. That's as is. So that'd be interesting to see if that happens.
Yeah, I'm looking at a couple of different sites. My Axios one, I had a really good map, but it's just dropped out. But now I've just got the numbers, and it's got Trump at 101 votes, Harris at 71. So it's tightened up a little bit. That's maybe why the market sort of pulled back a little bit. Republicans are leading the Senate 43-34, and the House is Republican as well. So at this stage, it's looking like a clean sweep. Very early still, but it's looking like Republicans are going to get all three at this point in time. some of these sites aren't updating very quickly either. If anyone's got any better sites that are tracking the action, I know Mitch, you'd have I imagine your trading den would be just insane right now. You'd have it all pumping out. You'd have the CNBC going. Anyway, but yeah, it's looking pretty good at the moment for D Trump. Like, as we know, anything can change.
Hi, Cam and Angela. Bruce here.
Hey, Bruce, how you
How are you
doing?
doing? Good.
G'day, Bruce.
Yeah. Nice work today, Angela. Well done.
Thank you. Nice little profit.
Yes.
So hopefully you get a little bit more movement leading into
Oh,
your session.
it's feeling a bit lazy now, isn't it?
I'll be able to go off and have some lunch.
Yeah, you do that. Yeah.
So yeah, all I'm going to look at here, and again, I'm going to hand it over to you, and I'm not like sure what your analysis is, but effectively I'm just looking at that. In 6 minutes, we'll come up under there. We may pop down. Again, I don't want to handing over to a different moderator is I don't want to cloud your judgment. It's always that sort of
No.
way. It's
Yeah.
important to keep your own analysis going. So I'm going to leave it at that, guys, because Bruce is going to come on over. And do you want me to you just share, you'll just grab the screen, yeah?
I'll just grab the screen. Yeah. Thanks, Angela.
Okay. Bye, everyone. Hope to see you in the US close. It's always a lot of fun there, guys. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Oh, thanks, Angela.
Thanks, Ingela.
Right. I'll just put my screen out here. Share. Get everything right. Okay. So Cam, do we need to do the compliance slides again, or are you okay just keeping going? All right. Well, you should have my screen going. If you just let me know that you can see everything and you can hear me well. It's great.
I can, Bruce, I can
Okay,
see
great.
and hear
Thank you.
you.
All right, so now I've got to find those compliance slides and we'll just go through those. At the moment, there's not a lot going on, so we can. Oh dear. All right, let's have a look. We have some compliance slides popping up. You should see those there. So Angela's introduced us all already. So
No, we can't. We're looking at a
Oh.
different screen.
Oh, you're looking at a different screen. I've just drawn it across. So I've just got to share a different screen, right? Sorry, guys, just give me 2 seconds here. Share. We'll share screen 2. And we should go. All right, can you now see the slides?
No, still the other screen.
Okay.
Maybe start again, hit stop
Okay,
share.
I'll just stop sharing and I'll start all over again. Stop that share. Everyone, it's just take me half a second here just to get myself organized. I thought I had it all done, but clearly I'm just a little bit off the 8 ball.
That's okay, Bruce. Don't worry. Just
Okay,
relax. Take your time.
you just chat a little bit there while I get myself organized.
No problems. I can go through.
Okay,
I
that'd be
can
great.
share.
Thank you. Yep.
I can share mine. Just bear
I'm
with.
just struggling
With me. Just
to get those slides. I don't know what happened to them.
I can do it. No problem.
Yep. Thanks.
Just okay. So hi guys, welcome to the live trading room session today. So this is our wonderful team of pro traders that you will meet as a part of being a part of IDTA. I know we've got some new members in the room today, so welcome to all our new members and also our past and present members as well. Now, we've also, I'd like to introduce our moderators. So you've got myself, Danny McLeod. Danny will be doing the European session later tonight. Johnny Freeman he's having a day off today because he's got the next 2 nights of moderating. And we've got Ingler, who's just done the morning session and the US close. And then we've got Bruce now, who's our wonderful moderator who does our European Open session as well. Now, just to let you know, we are authorized by Beyond Capital for this type of financial advice. We're geared up to provide financial advice in the futures markets. Also, we do have to let you know we use margin when we trade, so it means we borrow money from the clearinghouse, and that can magnify profit. It can also magnify losses as well. So this is why, as traders, we're very good risk managers. Also, too, we do have to let you know we do use leverage. All right, now we'll probably scale down the leverage today just because of the amplified volatility and PVI. But depending on the conditions, obviously you can adjust leverage based on your risk appetite and your risk reward as well, or your reward that you'd like to make. And we have losing trades, we have winning trades. All right, that's trading. Okay, all right. We don't do a thing called winning, or we don't do a thing called losing. We are trading. All right, just remember. So there's no attachment to or give any meaning to wins or losses. It's just a transaction. Now we do give general advice. We're not financial planners, so any advice given is general advice only. And any advice we give you or any performance you may see us do today is not an indication of future performance. So past performance should be exercised, or caution should be exercised in assessing our past performance. And this product, like all other financial products, like any financial product out there in the marketplace, is subject to market forces and unpredictable events that may adversely affect future performance. So like today, we may get some unpredictable events that may go against the grain, that may affect the performance of the market and our direction of the market, or what we think the market's going to go into. So that's it, guys. So welcome, have an awesome session, and I'm going to hand you over to Bruce Girdwood, who's very, very experienced and a very professional moderator. You'll get a lot out of Bruce's sessions.
Thank you, Cam. Don't feel very professional at the moment, getting so disorganized. So we'll go back to sharing. Right, we'll go back to that screen there, which is a 3. And you should all see that. No. All right, great. All right, so Angela's taken us through a lovely session today. She's applied the IDTA approach, which is very much buying and selling of support and resistance. And for me, what I look for is an area of confluence of resistance and support. So, for example, down here, up here where we are at the moment, we have got a seller zone, we've got a round number, and we've also got some other area, brick walls, etc. So for me, this is a nice area to start looking for reversal, and that's exactly what Angela has been doing. And she's, but we've got ourselves stuck into a little bit of a rut here. So the 5-minute chart is pushing us, looking a little bit long now. We've triggered a long off these areas of resistance down here. The 30-minute is also, it's just a bit static, but it's pushing a little bit short, so it's potentially triggering short. The 60 is into quite an area of resistance and support as well. So of resistance. So in this area, we've got a sell zone. We've also got the clusters of that 15-minute, 60-minute chart. So for me, this is a nice area to start looking for reversal. And you can see sitting underneath this little candle here, we've got a little trigger, but we haven't quite a 15-minute trigger, which hasn't quite taken us yet. So we'll wait for the 30 and the 60 to start pushing a little bit shorter. And at the moment, we're caught up in a little bit of congestion with some support down here and some resistance further up. Now, you'll also notice that I am trading off my 15-minute chart because I take these reversals off a 15-minute chart, but I'll take continuations off the 5-minute chart. And I will also take an entry on the 2-minute chart once we get this lovely trigger. So a little bit earlier on, this candle here, we pushed into the zone which we said we were going to want to reverse off. There's a good reaction, and a lot of traders took a 2-minute trigger short. I managed to get 71 off that one, and then off this trigger long off on the 15-minute off these zones down here, I managed to get myself a little bit of a trade up. So we'll just wait for those, be patient and really disciplined, waiting for these situations to set up. And yeah, it's just like Angela says, it's a waiting game. And we'll just play that waiting game.
Quick update. Harris is at 74 now. Trump 105. So Harris has picked up a little bit of a lead. Donald Trump won Alabama, Florida, Missouri, Oklahoma, Tennessee. Trump has improved on his performance in Florida's Palm Beach County, which is 20% black, 20% Latino. Harris has won Maryland, Massachusetts, Washington, D.C.
Yes, a little interesting zone over here. I'm just going to draw a box over it. We're just sitting in this little zone over here, which is bounded by you know, some support at the top and some resistance at the top and support at the bottom, and it's just pushing up and down. My sense of the market is if it all goes the way I think it's going to go, I would push it with a long bias, as everything is looking quite long. The 30 is looking quite long. The 60 is looking quite long. It needs to break through this area now. If it breaks through that area, I think we sort of break clear. We might get a little bit of a push out. It's tried once already. We had a little bit of a stop run up there that gave us a good push. The 240 is looking nice and strong. It's doing a trend switch. So the longer term view is looking quite nice too. The daily is also doing that trend switch. So I just have the sense that we are sitting at a little bit of a point now where the market will decide to go one way or the other. And my pick is to go long, we just need to get over this 50 of the daily. It's just hovering there. It's been playing around there for a little while now. 98, yeah, and the round number that we're sitting at, which is roughly at the same place. The 240 in its clusters needs to break 3 of those. The 60 needs to break 3 of that little zone there. So yeah, just a little bit of a stuck area. We'll just have to be really patient getting our way through this now. I'm not going to chat along a lot. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask, and I will just wait quietly until we get the breakout we're looking for. Nice to see all the usuals in there. Really nice to be sharing this day with you. It's not moved. The range for the day so far has not been huge. We've only gone as 400 ticks, which is not huge. The Asian Open gave us a trigger, a nice little push up. Now we've hit this area where I was hoping very much to take a short. Managed to get a short out of the zone on that on the 2-minute chart, which was great. And then was hoping to get a little bit more down here, but that hasn't really turned into much yet because we have a little bit of strength in the 30 and the 60 still. So not prepared to quite jump onto that one just yet. It seems to me that a critical level is round about here, along here for us. So it's a horizontal line. Just working off another chart. I think this is our level here, which is, just get that up to, let's do a little check here. Just bear with me for a second. So around the round number, around this area here where you see all these charts just bumping up. So this is starting to look quite nice. So if we break through this area, the next thing we need to do is look for a way of getting in, because we haven't really got a nice entry point here. You could argue that this is a trigger here, but that's too uncertain at this point in time, and it's within a zone that I'd want to reverse off anyway. So I'd like to wait for this to push through, pull back and continue, and then I think our next area of interest would be the R1, because what I'm looking for is an area at brick wall or some area of resistance together with a zone, right? So this is the next area of resistance, but it doesn't have a zone with it just yet. R1, so we'll just have to see how that forms. R1 doesn't have anything with it yet. Number 60, no. Okay, so plenty of open space up there. All right, so we had a nice little pullback here and a push off the MDI on the 5-minute chart. We did have a little bit of a pullback, but we didn't get a lower low. So for me, well, maybe you got a lower low down here. I would still like to have had a little bit of a step up there, given this area of congestion. So I'm being a little bit conservative today. So just wait patiently. If anybody of you, if any of you that were happy to get in over there, that's gone quite nicely. So on this 5-minute chart over here, potential entry over there on the top of this candle. That's also supported by a nice 2-minute pullback and push. So yeah, I was just still very nervous about these this area here, because it's bumped that area so many times. I really wanted to see it break through.
Yeah, I just took some profit off one contract at 20 24,3725 at the expansion zone on the 5-minute chart.
No, very good, Cam. So
So I've
just
just got one running now. I've got my second one up at the R1, and I'll just monitor.
Yeah.
I've brought my risk up to under the gap. So
Yeah, that's really good. You got in nice and early. So if you look at the 2-minute chart, we've had a push up. We've had the push up from there, from the double bottom, which is in a zone against the gap. So there's a lovely reversal area there. Then we've had a push down to a lower low, right? And then sitting up here is a nice little entry, right? So, but it was straight back into this area where we have failed so many times before. So for me, that was just a little bit of a tight spot. It's shown it can move through it now. And I need, for me to be able to take that kind of trade, I really need a 15-minute trigger, but I wasn't ready for that yet. So being a little bit conservative, however, if you took that, it's gone beautifully.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see if it can continue from here or if it just goes, because we're getting an expanding range as well on the small. I know S&P 500 was getting into an expanding range. Nasdaq's been bullish. So it's like it's sometimes if you're trading with split contracts, sometimes you want to have most of your contracts out now, right? And just have your one contract as a runner, and then you can, if you don't want to lose anything on the trade, you can just bring your stop up to break even. That's sort of how you can play it, or just reassess. But yeah, because the market could be pretty whippy. So in terms of stop, like I do have my stop under the gap, but I'm thinking about bringing it up to just jamming it up to break even and just taking some profit on the first contract.
Yeah, it's quite expanded. It might just do a little pullback and keep going, but I think for me, my next port of call of any trade needs to be the next area of confluence of resistance, and the only place I can see for that is the R1. So hopefully it'll move up there and then do its turn, create a little sell zone, and turn around and come back again.
Yeah, we've got that. If we can get through that liquidity zone on the 15, I've got a liquidity zone
Yeah,
from
that's this one up here.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's it up around that starts at 450,
that's the one, 54 or thereabouts. Yeah.
but that's going to be a
Okay.
yeah. If we get a liquidity
Okay, so
break there, that'll
yeah,
be huge.
yeah.
But
So we've got a cluster now formed close by. So we might get a pullback here too.
yeah, one thing I noticed that those 30-minute charts are holding their lows, like the low has not been tested on the 30-minute chart. That's always a thing you want to see if you're in it. If you're holding a trade, you want to see that 30-minute chart. I find is such a good indicator.
Yeah, it's very bullish.
Yeah, because if you can hold under if the market comes back to the 30-minute lows in this scenario and fails, that shows you that buyers are buying off those candles and refueling. So it gives you that extra confidence.
Yeah. So what I look for a trade entry is that confluence of support and resistance. And at the moment, we've got sort of confluence. We've got a cluster close to a zone, and that's enough generally. And then I look for confluence of price action. So all these 510, the 550 and 30, and hopefully the 60 all need to be turning as well. So we can see over here the fives throwing us a small little candle. We've had quite a couple of climactics, so the volume's pushing really hard to get to these levels. The 15 is also throwing it's got 30 minutes to go, so we don't quite know how it's going to work out yet, but it's looking quite weak at this point in time. But look at the strength on the 30 candle. You really and following on from what you've been saying, Cam, about all these higher lows all the way through. The buys have got really good strength here at the moment. So we just have to wait for that to weaken before we turn this. We take a reversal off these areas. And the 60. I mean, look at the strength of that candle. It's just lovely, but it is getting quite expanded, as you say.
Yeah, I agree, Mitch. I'm sort of in your camp.
Yeah.
If you can get through this 450, then yeah, it could definitely get to, I think, 20,500 and even beyond. But there's still a long way to go in this election too. I know Trump's at 154 on the last update. Yeah, the last update was at 1217. Trump's got 154 votes, 74 to Harris.
He's up to 177 and Harris 99 now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay, so
Republicans they've gained 3 seats. They're up to 146 in the House and 45 in the Senate. So Jim Justice, the governor of West Virginia, has just been declared the winner of the state's Senate race. He replaces Joe Manchin, a retiring Democrat turned independent, giving Republicans their first seat gain in the upper chamber.
So we haven't got the West Coast yet at all. All right, so if you're able to get into this long, that's gone very nicely.
What site are you on, Bruce, for your
Axios as
news?
well.
I'm just using the new indicators and my risk has just gone up automatically up to 2426.50. Volume has just surged the last 3 candles. I'm going to move this back a little bit. I want to give this market a bit of room to breathe. I'm just going to move it back to break even, which is at 407. Got to remember to turn off the new indicators.
Yeah, everybody that's listening, just if you're at the conference, those new indicators will come up and John's done a sterling job. Never disappoints.
Is anyone in the market at the moment, or?
I wish I was.
One sitting aside. I know I was going to go long again on the MES on that continuation trade. It was just looking so good. I just wanted to see how that 12 o'clock panned out. And we've hit the liquidity zone.
You
Got
push
a
through
nice
it. Yep.
spike through it.
Yep.
So let's see if you get some selling off this, or if the buyers just take over. It's hit the 200 expansion to the tick as well on the 5 minute.
Right, so this is a very similar situation to the one that we had a little bit earlier with a big rejection out of this area here. So the 2-minute chart has thrown us a nice little candle there, right? So potentially a short out of the zone. It rejects again, but it might well just push really nicely. There we go. Quite a lot of risk on this. 60 odd ticks. And I'll pull this back quite quickly. See, really wanted this to push fast. Don't want it to do a continuation. It's made a lower low. Now I wanted to hold that lower low and keep going. Okay, I'm going to bring this to break even once it pushes through. This is just a bit noisy for me. Right. Give it a bit of a breath.
Yeah, so Google has Trump at 177, Harris 99. Is that what you've got,
Yeah,
Bruce?
yeah.
So we've got some pretty big votes. We won't get California till 2 o'clock.
No.
So there's
But I'm gonna
54
bring my
votes there, I think, in California.
The buyers here are just quite strong, so I'm putting my stop up to there. I'm not going to take too much risk on this one. Okay, so there's the answer there. It was worth a little try. Wasn't very much risk. Wonder why I'm not getting my markers showing. Weird. Okay, so I took a bit of a risk on this one. Like I said earlier, I need to have two areas of confluence there. I banked on the fact that there was going to be some weakness with the clusters on the 15. The risk was pretty low, so it was worth taking the thing. But the market just showed us that it was that was really quite strong. So continuation there would have been the better choice.
So Florida's a bit closer than we thought. Florida's 94% been voted or been reported. So that's Virginia and North Carolina have just flipped. They're really neck and neck. They've gone purple. And so is Maine. But once again, it's so early. Maine's just done 1%. So I don't think it's really going to heat up. I think this afternoon it's going to really heat up. So we've locked in 137 ticks on NQ, and I've got my target at 495, the R1. So we'll reassess when we get to the R1. So that'll be 350 ticks on the second contract.
Nice one, Cam. You should be moderating the session.
Oh, look, I just had that, you know, when you're in the zone, you've just been doing more research, and when it all comes together, you know, you get lucky sometimes.
Well, we did say that the next destination needs to be the R1. So let's see what happens here. So I think there's going to be a little bit of a reaction here.
It's so close to hitting target. It's touched it.
Yeah, I reckon just watch out for this zone. There's quite a lot of congestion up here.
There we go, done.
Well done, Cam. That's your judge to the tick. I think we're going to get a bit of a reaction here.
Yeah, it's always been, it's like the previous elections have always been a sell-off, but this time around it's a little different. I think that's probably got to do with the Trump action so far in the voting and the reporting.
So I'm just getting prepared for a potential 2-minute trade. It might not, because there's quite a lot of resistance here at the R1. Let's just squash up these charts. I think historically there's quite a lot up here. While back, goes back, there we go. So we've had, I think we just need to, I'm just watching this little spot.
Well done, Steve.
Nice work, everyone.
Yeah, that was a really good effort. I'll have to put that in the scrapbook. 353 ticks on the second contract, 137 on the first.
So 23 seconds to go on the 2-minute chart, and I'm going to take another punt on a short here. And bring that. Oh, you've got it there. You see. Again, it might be. I'm just punting on a big rejection off this R1.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. I think this could be a nice little reaction off here.
Yeah, I don't know though. Briscoe's okay given the volatility we've got, so we'll just see.
Bit of short-term profit.
Yeah.
Profit taking. The market's quite, it's
pretty jumpy.
It's a bit out of balance on the 5-minute chart. So yeah, there's a lot of volume coming in, but if that volume can hold off a little bit, you might get I think we'll get a retrace.
I hope.
Yeah. Me too.
The big climactic candle off an area of resistance, we should get a little bit of a pushback. But it's been so bullish, that might just be the downfall. Another minute to go on this 2-minute candle. The 5 is looking pretty good too. Might give us a spike first.
Yeah, great to see everyone in the room today. Hope you're enjoying the commentary.
Yeah, this is a trade nobody's seen me take before.
Yeah, it's like that. What was that? So that trade that took just doing the timing. That second contract took an hour and 25. The first contract took an hour and 10. So yeah, a little different to. That's what I'm working on a lot more in my trading these days, is making sure I'm spending more time in the trade, giving it a bit more time. But then there's times where you don't, right? There's times where you don't have to spend that much time. You can scalp. So you've got to trade your plan and the conditions. So it's all very it's up to your trading plan, how you trade. But you've always just got to look at your statistics and keep looking at where you need to improve. That's one area in my game where I needed to improve. Better risk management, better profit management. S&P's trying to turn.
Yeah, trying to turn in a 2 minute.
Surging.
Trying to turn in 2 minutes, not always a great fun. You just want that little spike, but we didn't get it.
That volume's just really picked up, hasn't it? Just the last hour.
The buys are just so strong.
Yeah, it's hard to buy now here.
I just wanted to
One-
go down
1
and give
minute
me a little
dips.
scalp.
Yeah. Well, the 2 minute hasn't pulled back.
Yeah, there we go. Oh well. I think the lesson is don't try and trade the short today. It's pushing hard long.
There'll be a time when it rebalances.
Yeah, I know, but I'm now going to just be, it's two attempts at a scalp short of resistance, and they haven't really worked. The buys are too strong, so
Yeah.
that's it, me done.
I'm looking at the 10-year interest rate yield as well. It has just gone crazy today.
Yeah,
The 10-year rate's gone up to 4.41%. Holy moly.
cheapers. Yep.
It's been down, like even at September, it was down at 3.5. So it's getting back up to those highs. And
Actually,
Bitcoin's surging massively, guys. If you are long Bitcoin, this is what you want to see.
yeah, I think what we're seeing now is when you look at the differential between Trump and Hertz, although we haven't got the West yet, that number's pretty big. This market's just going to shoot now.
Bitcoin's coming back up into liquidity zones as well, back up to its most recent highs. It got up to 74,470 on the 30th of October, and it's up at 73,400 right now. So Bitcoin's, from the start of the day, Bitcoin is up about $4,000 US. So it's quite, oh my God, look at NASDAQ.
It's going.
It is going. Roger's on the money.
Yeah.
Would you say Trump's now potentially 210 votes? $7,000 contracts on this candle, guys. This is the biggest candle of the day.
Yeah, and we've also had 200 ticks since in the last couple of candles.
Yeah, that's crazy, Bruce.
And opportunity was down here, right? And I think anybody who got in down here and didn't let themselves get in the way, that's been just brilliant because of 15s, everything, 5, 15, 30, no lower lows at all. It's just going.
Yeah, like those 15-minute reversals were just failing, weren't they?
Yeah, completely.
And the 60-minute reversal as well
Yeah,
failed.
it didn't work. And so down here, you see how it pushed through and then bounced back up, and it hasn't stopped since. That's the
Yeah.
30, but it'll be the same on the 60. Yeah, so it bumped down and then just kept going.
Yeah. We're coming up to the 4-hour 200 expansion. So see if there's a little reaction off that.
Well,
But
given
with this
everything
volume,
else
it
we've
just
seen,
keeps coming in. The buyers are just pouring in, aren't they?
yeah, I think everything else we've seen, I don't think we're going to see a reaction anyway. If you're in long, stay in long as you can.
Yeah. Yeah, I needed more contracts. I was, like I said, I was going to go long on the micro S&P off the continuation, just on that transition at 12. And yeah, just a little bit of logistics got in the way. But anyway, I'm really happy with the results so far. See if we fail up at this area, have a bit of a breather. Like Jasmeet says, the R2 and 2600, and S&P's almost up at R2 as well, 5880. So I think there's going to be some opportunity. If anyone's looking for a short, I think there's going to be a short, but it's going to be, it's going to be
there has to be
we just want to test the water,
Yeah, there has to be a real traffic jam for me to go short again.
Well, Bitcoin's hit the 30-minute liquidity zone to the tick at 73,500 and it's just reacted off that. Yeah, if some of the new guys haven't been trading the liquidity zones are just basically where where we think orders are going to be in the market. So if it's a red band, we're likely going to see a lot of market orders, buying market orders from stop losses, and potential new sellers. It could attract new sellers into the market to exchange with those buy orders, those market orders. And then you've got the blue ones where the market's bounced off today, earlier on, or more yesterday, I'd say. Yesterday there's a big bank of blue liquidity areas. That's where the sell orders are going to be. So that's where the sell market orders are going to be. So those areas are going to attract basically big trade, big investment managers, fund managers, big traders that need to exercise a lot of trading. They have to go where the orders are. So, and that's why sometimes the market can, slow down at these areas because the orders are being transacted. But interesting to note, we smashed through that 15-minute one at 450. We didn't spend a lot of time there.
Yeah, no.
And
no,
420. We didn't spend a lot of time at 420 either. We've been smashing those buy orders.
There's pretty much nothing in the way now.
Yeah, well, that's what you get. You can sometimes get when you get people betting the market to go short. They're going to unravel their position and they've got to buy the market back, and that creates a really fast move. Oh, nice one, Jasmine. So does anyone have an update to the result at the moment?
Doesn't look like it's changed.
No.
99,178.
That was a big surge at 12 o'clock though. Wow. Like that has gone from the gap to where we are now, 770 ticks, guys. You don't get this in a normal Asia session. Just trust me, if you're coming to Asia for the first time, this is abnormal trading conditions. However, we've had a lot of nice trending sessions in Asia, haven't we, Bruce, recently? The market
Yes, definitely.
finds a really nice trend in Asia.
I quite like the Asia market. It's sometimes a little bit slow, but it's pretty consistent.
Yeah. What's your normal PVI in Asia?
Oh, it can be 30, 40, all up to 70, 80.
Yeah.
But if it's down at the 30-ish level, it's pretty slow, but it keeps moving. You just have to be patient.
Yeah. Oh, I got to tell you a story. I follow this guy. He's a real GAN follower. Anyway, he sends through this, because GAN he loved the horse racing and the Cuban lottery. He won the Cuban lottery 3 times. So anyway, if anyone doesn't know GAN used a lot of astrology in his predictions, and it's probably very complicated, but remember, astrology is all systems and numbers, right? So it's just like anything; it's a system and a number. But anyway, GAN managed to sort of tap into how things could work out. So anyway, based on the astrology yesterday, for anyone who studies astrology, Mars, for some reason, Mars was in Cancer, and Cancer was in its 5th house, right? So apparently because of that, the pentacle, so the 5-pointed star, is going to be a very powerful energy, right? For those particular jockeys that are sporting those colors, right? And numbers as well, right? So so there was colors, shapes, and numbers, right? So anyway, if you go and look at what the top 6 placings in the Melbourne Cup, the top 3 horses all had stars, all had the 5-pointed star, and the winner had the most powerful combination of colors. Had because Mars colors are red, scarlet, and carmine. Carmine's like a form of like indigo or like a strong pink kind of color. And also the black star, the 5-pointed star, was a very powerful combination. So anyway, this guy put out these numbers at the start of the day, and I managed to get on the one that came 3rd, but I did not pick the roughie at all. Anyway, the roughie was something like 200 to 1 at the start of the day. Anyway, the roughie ended up winning, and the roughie had the perfect color combination. So if you look at 5 of the top 6 horses, all had stars in their colors, and the horse that won had the prime colors based on the astrology for that day. Isn't that incredible? Like, I'm still blown away. I want to learn how to do this stuff. But it was interesting. I was following it, and the horse that won the race next after had a 5-pointed star as well, Fancify, and I backed that. So yeah, it was. But it doesn't mean you're gonna win. You've always, like trading, right? You've got to back your system, and you've got to back your read of the story. Yeah, like even if you put $10 on, like he gave a combination of horses that had stars in their outfits, and the different colors as well. And even if you put $10 on those 6 horses that he gave out, you would have won a lot of money. So yeah, it's amazing. I just find that fascinating how everything's energy and vibration and frequency. Everything. There's so much quantum physics that we do not know about that operates, and I think that's the most exciting thing about living in this era. We're so open, and it's kind of normal to speak about this stuff now. I just know the quantum physics stuff that I'm doing on myself. It's just unbelievable change. So it's all about your frequency, your energy, vibration, and that's, I think, sometimes we're talking about markets, and we were in the financial markets. If because there is so much negativity in the financial markets, right? If you haven't cleared up those negative vibrations in yourself, whatever it may be, and this is, you've got to do a bit of work on yourself. If you don't get in to weed out what's holding you back, and it's not you, it might have been your childhood, it might have been how you were parented, how you were brought up with a lot of fear, a lot of self-hating, self-worthing, so it's that, you've really got to heal that part of your life, and it's incredibly powerful when you undertake this work. But just remember, you're going to attract everything that you might not even know about yourself, or what you think of yourself. But you're going to attract that at some level, right? For instance, you might attract partners that aren't who you are, right? That resonate your vibration, but it's the vibration you want, right? But underlying your vibration is still resonating at that lower vibration. So you're going to keep attracting that. If you're interested in working on this, I can definitely support you in helping you to break these limitations. I'm not a practitioner. I can definitely put you in the right hands, but it's very interesting to look at how how trading can really help us to get to to find that spark in ourselves, and realizing that. But everything's a choice, right? There's no one's forcing you to do anything in this life, and that's the wonderful thing about this journey. It's all free choice, right? But you get to a point, I think, in your life, there's a nexus point, right? You go, right, I'm going to go one way, I'm going to go the other, and it's like, or you're going to keep doing the same thing. So look, if you need any support in your mindset, in your whole being, some of the work we can do can really help change. So it's brilliant.
Thanks, Cam. I wonder, I'm just trying to look for something up here that's causing us to slow down. Only thing I can see is a zone on the 2-minute here, which is not supported by anything else. So we just need, I think, straw to get up here before we can think about reversal. But how many times have we tried reversing a strong market like this, and being burnt every time? You can see I've tried it twice already today. Not really in the mood to do it again unless there's a real traffic jam at top. But you're getting a reducing sized candle on the 5. The 15 is weakening. The 30 is as strong as heck. So is the 60. So is the 240. So it's going to take a lot to turn this market, I feel.
Yeah, we stalled up at the R1 last time on the S&P 500.
Mm-hmm.
So the market is stalling up at this R2 now on the S&P.
Okay, so and it just pushed through that. It pushed that through the R1 quite happily, didn't it?
Yeah, it mucked around in the Asian session in Singapore. It mucked around the R1 for basically from around 11:10, and it finally got through at 12:10. So it took an hour for it to break the R1.
So we've got a RON number. I think it must have been Mitch was sort of talking all the way up to 2,600 earlier. It's almost there. 2,600. It's almost there. That was
Yeah,
good.
I think Jazz
Forward
Meat's at
looking.
2,600.
2,600. Yeah, that was Jazz Meat. So you're holding to the daily 76, which yes, it's very nicely up up here, the 2,600. See, so it's a RON number 20 and the 76. 240 is well extended.
Yeah, Mitch is at 20,700, I think.
Yeah.
So the most recent high on the Nasdaq was at 20,790. So roughly 20,800. I've noticed, Bruce, we've filled in those. There was one imbalance zone I noticed on the 4-hour chart that we
Yeah, we're going to
filled.
be pulling those good and proper today.
Yeah, we filled an imbalance zone from 24.92 to 25.56.
Over there, that's the one there. It's all gone now, right?
Yeah.
The one?
So we've punched the R1, R2, sorry, on S&P. So are we going to get a breather here? The volume definitely look like it's going to have a breather.
Let's look at that volume climb there. The 2,800 is our last high. Thereabouts. Thing about the really moving markets, you have to get in at the opportunity, and if you don't, you've lost it pretty much.
Yeah, Rog, you've made some good points for sure.
Trend switch log.
So the 4 hours just created its trend switch.
Yeah.
And Jazz Meat's got his target. You out, Jazz? Or are you still running? Running like the wind.
Jasmeet, if you get that, where did you get in, Jasmeet? Oh, it's one opportunity to get in a couple of other little pullbacks um, on the 5 minute that sorry, on the 2 minute that would have got us in.
Yeah. Well, even the failed 5 minutes. Well, even the 5 minutes haven't really triggered a reversal.
No, they haven't. It's been the 2 minute has been your only opportunity for a lower low, and there've been two. The rest,
Yeah.
three actually, and the third one was so high.
Holy moly, the volume's picked up again.
I think it's looking like a bit of a whitewash in the US. 198 to Trump now.
Yeah, wow. How much voting has been done?
Well, there's about almost 75 million people votes have been counted. So right, there's no stopping this. I don't think. I think we're in this long and sitting watching it for me for one. So hopefully some people are still have managed to get in down here, which is what was that, 12 o'clock is really when it hit the straps. And I
That is,
hesitated to get
yeah.
in, and that's when it was. Boom, it was your only opportunity, and that's it. Gotta grab it or lose it.
Now Bitcoin's hitting all-time highs, guys.
Wow.
Testing. Gold's been pretty choppy today. Hasn't really been reactive. Wow, look at this volume spike.
Yeah, getting through the
Holy
alpha,
moly.
cleaning everything up. What's going to turn this around, Cam?
Well, yeah, it's just going to be, selling, I guess. There's going to be a point where the market's going to have a bit of, take some profit. What support and resistance is there?
Well, we're going up to the R3, and there's sweet nothing up there. It's just so much clear space. I haven't seen this for yonks. Look at it. And of course, you get
Yeah.
right about, where the all-time highs.
We're getting up to liquidity zones on the S&P at 5,900.
Okay, so
There's a
the
big
R2.
bank of liquidity up there. We haven't got to all-time highs yet on the S&P. That's at 5,926. So we're not far away from all-time highs. Remember, Nasdaq is well behind the
The S&P.
the S&P at the moment. It's sort of lagging behind, but it's trying to catch some ground today.
Jumps up another 10 to 198. This is going to go.
Yeah, it's just having a breath right now, isn't it?
Still not about any low lows on any of the charts. Apart from the 2 minute. So Cam, in days like this, it's quite it's a little bit of a juggle, isn't it, in terms of trying to decide how strong this market's going to be, when to get in, and how long to hold it. And
Yeah,
hindsight's a great thing. And I guess it's just when is it going to kick off, and how much risk are you going to be prepared to take in order to go for that long run?
yeah, yeah. Well, when I started that trade, I was down under today's low. So I had my risk down at 20,320.
Yeah,
So it went sideways for
yeah,
basically an
yeah,
hour. So
yeah,
just had to just ride that out.
yeah. And the first candle of the day, which is this one down here, which I think is where you probably got in as well. I took a trade, and it did pass through my mind. Just put your risk down there and see what happens. Because if it does go strong Trump, then it's going to keep pushing really hard.
Yeah,
And that's exactly what happened. But for the sake of worrying about one candle's worth of risk, there was all that potential profit.
yeah. That's the thing. You just got to be prepared for it to
Yeah,
lose, right?
that's right.
That's bottom line.
Yeah.
You got no control over the outcome.
No.
You know, you,
Okay. So I'm just watching these candles now. We've at the round number, we're at the R2. There's if the 15-minute closes on an outside candle at the next candle, we get a zone up here, which then gives us the conditions that I need for reversing. So this thing might, at some point it's got to sort of pull back to some average or the trend indicator or something. The 5 minutes on its way. The 30 is, oh, it's a 4 hour is, let's go to the 60. It's just turned, everything's just got new candles, but, potentially we've got a set of conditions here that could give us a little bit of a breather. Question is, with this amount of strength, what is it going to take for us to reverse this market? So what do you have to believe for this to go back down again? What do you think, Cam?
yeah. I'd be looking for if we see high volume and it's a red candle. That'd be my
Yeah,
first sign that
yeah.
if we get like a matched high volume and it's red, that would be a sign that we're having a bit of a break and we could get a retracement. That's probably what I'd be looking for at the moment. But yeah, how long we got? We've got 5 minutes till the 15 minute,
Um, 15
and
minutes
20 minutes
got
till the
fine.
30.
Yeah, there's plenty of time.
So we could get a 15-minute trigger.
Yeah, we could.
What's the
What
risk
is
on that?
triggering? Um,
Kind of not it up any.
it's 250 ticks.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
that's huge.
yeah. Which is about $110 per contract on the micro.
Yeah.
So that's about 1% on a thousand on a 10,000 account. 2% on a 5 grand account.
All right. So we've had this little pull. The 2 minute has done a really lovely little retrace to its trend indicator. So I haven't got I don't use the 2 minute chart as my decision chart. It's just an execution chart. But if I was using it as a decision chart, there's a zone up here. There's resistance over here. It's all the conditions are made with it for a trade back to its trend indicator. But I don't use a 2 minute chart like that. But today it's been the only thing that's been able to give us an indicator to do a pullback, and with the reason with enough risk. But yeah, I'm 200 odd ticks here, even if it's a bit frightening for a lot of people. And again, that 15 is definitely not making a lower low. Yeah, 15 and 30 have just not, they just have not even challenged those lows. If you've been trailing through the on the 30 from that literally from the first candle of the day, you'd still be going pretty much. Well done, Mitchell. That was a very brave trade. After two pullbacks, I wasn't going to give that another go. It's on these kind of trending markets. You can slaughter yourself taking those pullbacks, but you got some good. You got some good. Oh, you were using the 1 minute chart. Yeah, all good. It looks like we've lost Cam for the minute. So looking at the 5 minute chart, you just had a little bit of a trigger there, and I'm not brave enough to go into this market with a short without enough resistance. But we might also just do a little bit of a two-step pullback on the 2 minute chart. But again, the buys are so strong, I just really want some certainty around a reversal here. Or a pullback. Okay, so Harris is up to 109 and Trump to 198. I'm actually glad. Thanks for keeping me company. It kind of feels like it's 90 ticks in a day where you've had such a huge big movement. So it's tiny in terms of the grand picture. But like you said last night, who likes a loser? At the moment, I'm suffering probably some of the worst FOMO I've ever experienced. Because look at that entry there. If I'd held it, look where it would have gone. The joy of hindsight. Well, that 5 minutes doing its second step down. Might wait for a pullback. Too late, it's gone. The thing with the 2 minute chart is quite quick. So we'll see if the 2 minutes. So what's happening? What's happening with these? So the 30 is weakening off an area we're going to, the moment this 15-minute catches a swing change here, we'll get a zone up here. So let's see what happens in 13 minutes, is whether this candle gives us a close underneath this trigger, and then wait to see if we can get a pullback and a continuation off the 2-minute chart. Anybody in the room here been get that nice big runner? Jasmeet, how did you go in the end? You got your trade exactly the way you wanted it? Okay, so this tells us that we're not ready to stop yet. Still not making lower lows on the 15 or the 30. All right, so that round number looks like it might be turning into resistance now, at least for the moment. And a nice little step over it in the 2-minute chart. Well done, Daniel. That's awesome. So was it did you get in on from that last 5-minute breather? So from here, that little red candle. On the 578. Right about there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good spot. candle gave a little bit of a pullback there too, which was great. Gone into a little bit of a flat area here. So what tends to happen on these when you get to places like this, if it's going to reverse, because the 15 and the 30 was so big, we're going to, as they turn, you've actually got to get the momentum in the market out, and it takes 15, 30 minutes to do a few 15-minute candles to do that, and quite a few more 5-minute candles. So we could go a little bit flat here before we start getting the weakness in these 30 and the 60-minute candles starting to show. We've only got 7 minutes left of this one, which is really great because that gives us weakness in the 5, the 15, and the 30. And if it continues to close weak, and in the 60, you can see that there's been some good pullback. So that's starting to tell us that traders on all of those larger markets are looking to slow down a little bit, and the same on the 4-hour, which is only about 20 minutes old, 40 minutes old. And daily, of course, looking really strong, but we could also be looking at an extra resistance, which is the 76. You don't want to rush these reversals if you like, because you could get a few bits of spikes, and you could also end up stopping yourself out if you're not careful. So we just wait for that confirmation and then look for an entry. And it could be, yeah, if you're prepared to accept the weakness on the 5, 15, and the 30 and then go, that's good. That's a really good trade, Daniel. Well done. Because it actually went up to the liquid. Oh, it didn't quite get up to that liquidity, did it? So but at the R2, well, you got pretty well most of that run, most of what was available to you. That's great. Look at it. So when did we last see a 200 tick 5-minute candle? When I drew the straw for this session, I thought, oh, the session after the Asia close up onto the European Open, pre-Open, is a very quiet time. But look what happened today. And this is no to a short, so there's 15. It's not wanting to make that lower low, but it's the first time in a while that it's also not making a higher high. It might end up being an inside candle. So we need an outside close on this 15-minute candle in order to generate this sell zone that I'd marked up there, assuming it might come. So if it does come, then I'd be quite interested in looking for an entry, and that entry will probably come on the 2-minute chart, because the risk on the 15 and the 5 will be too big. Yeah, Lisa, isn't it amazing? How have you done? How have you done today? Have you held your trade really well? Yeah, that's all good. MNQ, nothing wrong with MNQ today. You see I'm doing MNQ. Did you get a good runner today? One loss, one gain, and again a goal. Well, awesome. So I'm still sitting positive. You know, the lesson for me, I mean, look at it, you know, when you look at the day in hindsight, it's a great thing. I always long for the day where I can get in a trade with certainty, and just let it go. And there was no way I would have thought of that at this point in the day. But if I just got in on that candle and let it go, that would have been awesome. You know, just put your order on there, put your stop down there, see what happens. That didn't work, wait for the next opportunity, which is here, do the same thing, see what happens. At some point in the day, you're going to get, on a day like today, you're going to get something good. And the moment it looked like Trump was ahead in the game, the market was bound to move. So, you know, just a few little things pieced together give you a little bit of an insight. And if that all comes true, that's great. And at worst, you've had two little stop outs with the potential for a very big win. So yeah, it's just the way you piece that together at the beginning of the day. And some days you get it right, and other days you don't. All right, so we are now looking at potentially there's a nice rejection off this area here. I'm still going to wait. I'm so chicken of a short, but everything, you know, I'd need this candle to give me an outside close, and then I want to look for an entry on the 2-minute chart, right? Because I think if we do get an outside close, we'll get a zone up here. We've got two other bits of resistance sitting up there. We've got a week 5, we've got a week 15, a week 30. And 60 is definitely weakening. The 240 is also weakening, although there's many hours to go on that. Then those are all the conditions of my trade plan that are met. And then this is strategy here, it might not play out the way. So if once I get that outside close on the 15, I get a swing change, get that zone setting up here. And for the first time in a long time, we've had a swing change. Then I'll be looking for the 2 minutes to push through its trend indicator, pull back to its trend indicator, and then continue before I enter a trade, to manage the risk and also give me a little bit more certainty that we have actually turned this market. So a few things still have to come together before I'm happy to jump into this trade. Yeah, hindsight's a great thing, Lisa, but there have been a few days in history where we've had these huge big rallies, and they've all been the same. And you know, you've just got to change your normal thinking to take advantage of that day. And I was you know, got so caught up in this congestion down here that it never allowed me to think a bit more broadly to push through those and see what would happen. And as much as I don't like losers, you know, normally in these areas, a little pullback would have been, you know, easily achieved with that 2-minute chart. And you know, today, you know, again, hindsight, the strength of the market was far too long, and anything short should not have even been in the mindset. And using those pullbacks as continuations to keep going long. But you know, again, hindsight. But those are all lessons learned, and we need to bank those lessons so that the next time the opportunity comes, we don't get caught up in you know, because these kind of circumstances don't happen every day, and when they do, it is a real opportunity to learn. And then, you know, write that down in your journal and label it big event day with big consequences for markets. This is how it acts, and this is how you can engage with it. Okay, so the West Coast is starting to come up on the election, and Harris is now up 112 to 198. All right, so let's watch this 15-minute candle. So what I'm looking for is for the swing to change, and the swing will change if the candle that's now forming closes underneath that line. Now, the normal circumstances, I might be tempted to put my order on down here in anticipation of this candle doing closed, but this has just been too much strength. And if you got in down here, you've got a 300 tick risk. All right, so we've now got this, and it's probably going to do it. So if you're prepared to take the risk, that is a good entry. It meets, well, as long as this candle closes where it's gone through, then it's met my trade plan at least. So we'll just wait and see how it actually closes. So 8 minutes to go. It can change the nature of everything. We just turn around and just step back up again. So what are the options here? The options are that all this market is doing. My hotkeys are not working anymore. It's driving me nuts. So we could be pushing up to there, pushing down to there. In fact, it hasn't made a lower low yet. Oh no, it might have, because I've moved my chart along, made a lower low, right? And all it might be doing, given this is such a strong move up, all it might be doing is setting us up for that. So I need the swing to change before I am interested in a short. Even that's 60 ticks. So you see how these candles can change so easily. So now what we've had, if you're looking at the 2-minute chart, what were the options that I was looking at, right? The options were a trigger that I needed a swing. So if I had taken that trigger there, I'd be ruining that decision right now. The 2-minute has given us a 2-step, pulled down to its trend indicator, thrown a trigger, and continued long, right? And so, you know, in these conditions, it might be worth only considering trading long. And if you had taken that trigger, you can see that it's still about 80 or 90 ticks, but you could have put your stop just up at that round number. Again, hindsight, I'm not we're just going to wait for certainty. It's mucking around here now. I just want clarity. There's no such thing as certainty, but it's at the moment I'm not sure whether this market's going to turn short or go long. If I was going to back anything right now, I'd be saying it's going to go long again because we haven't had a swing that's held short yet. Yep, 112, 204. Jump up to 210 now. So it's quite possible as we start approaching that 270 mark that this market will start shooting again. All right, I am going to assume that we are not going to close this with a I'm going to put a little order above the 2-minute candle. Which is here. And so we see we've had a push down, but again, this could be pushing up, down, pushing up, or could be, and then it could be setting us up for a continuation short, but that hasn't set up yet on any of the other charts. Or we could be getting a step back up to these highs. So I've been burnt. I've been burnt going short. Let's hope I don't get burnt going long if it picks me up. Okay, here comes the moment of reckoning. See, I gave it a few more ticks so that you can see what happened at the trigger. Okay, all right, so I'm out of here. Let's see if we get this outside candle here now. All right, so if this triggers short again, I'm gonna get myself a sell limit set up. And I'm going to put it over there underneath the trigger of the 2 minute and wait for it to pull back and pick me up, but not on the way through. Yeah, the sellers are really struggling here. Right. So here at the 50 as well, which all right, so there we go. We're gonna hit that trigger. So Colleen is at the 320 on my chart. Yeah, 420 on my chart. And that was a short. Was it on a which chart was it, Colleen? Which chart did you enter on? Yeah. Yeah, you see, this is what happens with when the markets are turning and you try to trade the 5 minute chart, it goes pretty flat and sometimes it just spikes up. That's why I like to wait for the 15 minute to turn quite nicely, because then I don't get caught up in this all of this chop on the 5. And if the 15 is giving a lot of chop, then I quite like to wait for the 30. But you see, the 30 has tried and failed. Okay. And so, Connie, those are some of the little tricks. It just keeps you a little bit safe. So sometimes if you just work on that's why I try to look at all the 3 different charts at the same time, so I can catch the turn and don't just rely on the 5 minute, which is just telling us a little bit of what's going on in the inside of a 15 minute, which is telling you a little bit of what's going on inside the 30, which is giving you a little bit of an information of what's going inside a 60, etc., etc. So um, if the one turns, you look for the confirmation on the next, and then you look for the confirmation on the next. I don't only rely on the 5 minute chart. So yeah, you see this 15 is taking its time. So we need to see all the traders, all the people that trade across all the charts agree on the direction of the trade. And then they're all in agreement, and then we can all trade off together in the same direction. All right, so here's the next trigger on the 2, but I want the 15 to trigger first before I wait for a pullback to pick me up on the 2 minute chart. Okay, so there is the trigger on the 15. So I'll now wait for a pullback to pick me up on the 2 minute chart, because that's a 2 minute continuation. Which is just going to go, okay? It's doing its retrace. Okay, so I've got a 2 minute risk here. So One of the dangers of this is you do grab the retrace. It's already decided to reject, but it's pushed quite nicely through. So let's see how it goes. So now you've got it nice and early on the 15-minute trigger, and hopefully this trigger will hold in the next 6 minutes and we'll pay our target, pay my target. Also notice that I'm using 2-minute risk, not the 15-minute risk. And I'm also using a 2-minute target. Oof, don't like that. So you see the last 5 minutes of these 15-minute candles, so much can happen. Yeah, that might well be right. I'm just looking for 60 ticks off 1,200 blooming range. It's not too much to ask, is it? Let's decide. I want to look at what's happening here on this 30. Not quite yet. Ah, yes. Okay. Well, I'm not having any luck selling today, so that one's done. Right, so another minus 60. Freaking annoying. Right, we can all celebrate together. All right, so what are we doing here? Right, follow the advice, right? Wait for the closed candle to change the swing, and then you take the trade. Yeah. So I think what Jasmeet is saying is, and I think he's probably right. We've got, see this consolidation here? We've got exactly the same thing happening here. So this is where everybody's sort of building up liquidity, and for the next big trade, push up to probably wherever. So we've now, let's see, where can we go long? I'm pretty much at break even for all these hours of work, which is not always fun to have. But anyway, that's trading for you, and make my own choices.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, Bruce.
Hey, Cam. Just
Um,
unload another short, which was a bit of a thing to
it's
trade in this market.
trying.
Yeah, I think
It's
we
getting a
sort
bit
of
close.
building some liquidity here to take the next target, I think.
Yeah, it's I'm just looking at the elections now.
Yeah,
We're getting Harris has had
a big bump she
I think
got
they've just
California.
started. They've only just started in California. Oh, there's been no reporting yet. And they're already given it to
They've really given it
Harris.
to her. Yeah. So we've got
Yeah,
Nevada
just
and
the
Oregon to go, really.
prior states. So yeah, it's a bit of a. So yeah, Colorado looks like it's gone to blue. 63% reported there. No surprises. Chicago or Illinois is a little bit closer than what I thought, but Kamala's at 53.8. But Virginia, Georgia's been a big one. Trump's just got a narrow lead there with 10% to go. So that'll be a big one for Trump if he gets Georgia. But a lot of those northern states are just dropping like flies. Minnesota, I know it's still early days. Wisconsin, Michigan. Michigan's pretty tight. Pennsylvania, very tight. So yeah, it's really still anyone's game, guys. So just dealing with a little bit of consolidation at the moment. Yeah, well, Trump looks good for the Senate as well, doesn't he? He looks pretty strong in the Senate and the House. He's got Senate, he's 38 to 28. Oh, sorry, 50. He's won. Looks like they've won. They've won the Senate. And the House, it's a bit closer. He's leading by 22 in the House. So you guys are probably a little bit more adroit with what's going on in terms of the overall standings. But I think whoever wins the president, they really want to have the power in the Senate and the House, because I think that's what the problem has been recently. It's just one's got the House, one's got the Senate, so there's no one's working together. So I think there's been a lot of difficulty in getting anything done. So guys, make sure you got plenty of juice. We'll probably have a little bit of a break while we're in this consolidation period. So if you want to have a break or so, we'll come back on the mic in about probably give it I think we're scheduled to be back at 3 o'clock. So give yourself a bit of a chance to have a break, get some fresh air, have a stretch, and we'll come back and see. But see what happens in the Western States. But thanks, Bruce, for coming in.
Oh, no, you're welcome. And all of the profit to be had, and I can only take the reversal losers. So such is life, eh?
You know what? Trading's all about. It's all about winning and losing.
Yeah,
and
indeed it is.
You never know what the outcome's going to be.
No, you don't.
So
And we made some judgments, and on balance, I chose to take the trade, and on balance, that's a forethought. So all good. That's just the nature of the game.
That's right. There's risk and reward inherent in every trade.
Yep.
So you don't need to attach any meaning to that at all.
No.
It's one trade. So
All right,
there's
everyone.
plenty of opportunity to be had today. We've got a big day installed. So guys, make sure you go and have a break. And we'll looks like we're just in consolidation mode. You've noticed the volume's dropped right off. So let's wait and see the volume comes back in, maybe coming into the pre-market. But we'll review the analysis when we come back. So we'll keep the room open, but we'll just have the mics off. So thanks, everyone.
Cam, do you want me to log off, because I think Danny's coming up next, isn't she?
Yeah, I'm logging in now. Then Dan's after that.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool. So I'll stop sharing.
I can just
right?
take over.
Okay, cool. All right. Thanks, everybody. Love to spend the afternoon with you.
Thanks, Bruce. Awesome job. Thank you, mate.
Cheers.
market's heating up. Fibonacci clusters filling up my cup. Swings go up, swings go down, ride that wave. Buy zone, sell zone, gotta be brave. Go long, go short, just don't lose your nerve. What's the market context? It's throwing a curve. 15 and 30, they're holding the line. But that 5-minute setup's got me feeling just fine. Go long, go short, just don't lose your nerve. What's the market context? It's throwing a curve. 15 and 30, they're holding the line. But that 5-minute setup's got me feeling just fine. Day trading with IDTA, it's how I play. Ain't no 10 to 1 risk, that's not my way. Maybe if you think you're bulletproof, mates, but I'd rather keep my cash than tempt that fate. Go long, go short, just don't lose your nerve. What's the market context? It's throwing a curve. 15 and 30, they're holding the line. But that 5-minute setup's got me feeling just fine. Keep breathing, stay cool, don't lose the plot. Fibonacci's gotten, I'm hitting every spot. Swings are wild, but I'm staying on track. No need to be a hero when the odds are stacked. So here's to the traders dancing all day. They trading with that DTA, keeping fear at bay. Go long, go short, keep calm, don't quit. Tickling your target, just always remember, don't be a dick for a tick. That's the trading spirit. Go long, go short, just don't lose your nerve. What's the market context? It's throwing a curve. 15 and 30, they're holding the line. But that 5-minute setup's got me feeling just fine. Go long, go short, just don't lose your nerve. What's the market context? It's throwing a curve. 15 and 30, they're holding the line. But that 5-minute setup's got me feeling just fine. Keep breathing, stay cool. Don't lose the plot. Fibonacci's guiding, hitting every spot. Swings are wild, but I'm staying on track. No need to be a hero when the odds are stacked. So here's to the traders dancing all day. They trading with that DTA, keeping fear at bay. Go long, go short, keep calm, don't quit. Tickling your target, just always remember, don't be a dick for a tick. That's the trading spirit.
Welcome back, troops, to the back end of the session. It's 3 o'clock Queensland time, 4 o'clock down south, and it is 1 p.m. in WA. I'm not too sure what time it is in SA, probably 2:30, maybe. Anyway, hope you're all well, guys. Now, lots been happening since we were on the mic last. We've got Jasmeet has said North Carolina has gone to Trump. Let's have a look at these swing states. That's big. Let's get into it. Where are we? We've got, so Minnesota is a swing state. That looks like Kamala Harris has got that, only 55% done. Wisconsin is a swing state. I'll bring over maybe show you what I'm looking at. So Wisconsin is a swing state. And then we got Pennsylvania, PA, swing state, 83%. So that'll be massive for Trump supporters, if that can happen. 19 votes there in Pennsylvania. Michigan, 15 votes. Trump's looking good there, only 45% done. And he's holding on in Wisconsin as well. So Minnesota probably looks like it's gone. And Georgia looks like he's hanging on too. wow, it's close, super close. So if that all goes, if these swing states go, it looks like it's going to be Trump, because there's 16 there, 19 there, so what's that, 35, 50, 60. He's done. So just those four, and you've got a new president or a returning president. So interesting, huh? So we'll just keep a track on these numbers and see what's happening. But the market is just in full consolidation mode, guys. So let's have a look at a rundown of where we're at. Let's just regroup. So we can see here, 4-hour chart is pretty extended. That's been the rally today so far. If you look at the daily chart, we've filled this zone here. So we've filled the imbalance zone. So we're back up to that prior balanced high. We've almost tested that at 26.60, and we're up at the good old 76.4. So that's where the market's finding some stability there at the moment, some resistance. 60-minute chart is setting up a reversal, and you can see here, I've noticed these I'll get rid of these now because these have been filled in, but we filled the imbalance zones on that 60-minute chart. There's just this one here to go here, but we've got quite a lot of imbalance down through here. So I wouldn't put it past that we'd have a little correction, maybe potentially back to the VWAP, maybe back down to the R1, 20,500. But not a huge movement with that amount of volume in that candle just there. Anyway, let's go to the 30. Okay, so the 30 is building up volume. So 20,600 is the most traded price. So for those people who are going, what the hell has he got on his chart? That is just a volume profile. So it's just telling me the number of most traded volume right now at that price is 20,600. Right, so don't worry about it too much, but that's the most traded price all day. It just changed. It was down here at 20,400. So you can see you see how powerful round numbers are. They provide so much trade opportunity. So yeah, we got a potential reversal trade, but we're in consolidation right now. So yeah, still. So in terms of, obviously the buyers have been winning, right? So there's a fair bit of imbalance on this chart. You can see how much imbalance we've got on the 15. There's lows, right? So I get that we could have a potential short-term correction. There's imbalance there as well, and there. So we've got pretty poor structure on this time frame from the 5 and the 15. So this could easily be filled. Also, too, how I'm thinking this is, if Trump's going to win this, this could be the sell-off. You know what I mean? You've probably heard that saying, buy the rumor, sell the fact. So if Trump wins, which it looks like he's going to, then you get the sell-off, right? Because then people come in late, right? The late traders come in and they get hammered, right? They come late to the party, go, I'm going to go long now, Trump's won, and then it's like all the smart money's selling. So that's why I'm just concerned about going long up this high, unless we see today's high, breaking out of today's high. I probably won't be touching the longs just yet unless we get a decent pullback. So if anything, I'm probably thinking maybe shorts are probably a better way to play in the short term, and take advantage of that money coming in late and getting trapped on the high side. So we can see the triggers coming in now on the 15 and the 30 is triggered. So 592 look like a good place to short from. Anyway, we'll just wait and see. Still got a big day, still lots going on. But hope that rationale helped understand, right? You in trading, to win in trading, you got to do the opposite of what the masses are doing. All right. So we managed to get some longs earlier in Singapore. So there were like hour-long trades, hour and a half trades. Market has moved 1,045 ticks from the gap today. I know some guys got out up around 20,600 or got some trades up to that point. I know some of the people are looking up to 20,700, which is up at these liquidity zones. So you can see there's liquidity zone there, liquidity zone there. So yeah, I think, like I said, how are we going to play this? I think we're going to go looking for longs above today's high or from down around here. All right. At the moment, I'd probably look for shorts down to there. But as you can see, we're consolidating on these medium and larger time frames. 60-minute is, let's see how the 60-minute goes. It's trying to turn. So we do have a 60-minute trigger at 566. So the main thing with trading is just being confident in your strategy, backing what you think is going to happen, and just making sure you've got enough risk to carry it. Here we go. That's the move. There we go. Wow. All right. Now we've got some action. So you can see how the 60 minutes snap beautifully. How's that volatility, troops? In a minute. Wow. That's massive. What a bounce. Now this is the volatility we've been talking about. Look how much volume has just come in here. So this is a place where I'll be looking to buy from. Just going to do some quick math, guys. There's 197 ticks. So you got about $100 on the MNQ. About $60. About $60 around the R1. It's a nice complex retracement though. Okay, let's see how we handle the R1. We've still got 2 minutes left. So we've got a clear place for our risk. The question is, can they go any lower? And how long is this sell-off going to last for? Let's just wait for a little bit of a... If we're going to go long, this is the zone where we want to go long. Just be patient. Let's just wait for a base to come in. Oh, Bruce, did you use a limit order? Yes, Brett. Yeah. Arizona, you're spot on. Arizona as well. Yes. It's pretty tight still in Arizona, isn't it? 98%. So there's 0.5% to Trump at the moment. Yeah, there's some real close ones. So if we just look at the fibs, where we've just gone down to, we've just swung down to an expansion fib, right, as well. Just not too sure if the selling's finished yet, so just, we don't need to jump in too quickly. I am liking longs down here, guys, so we've got a big climactic candle here. Let's see if we test the R1 again. All right, so let's map out this. If we're going to trade off this climactic low, we've got 183 ticks at risk. Rejection off the R1. Just going to adjust this. I'm going to just sort of look to load my contracts. We're looking to buy down here off the R1, off the climactic candle. Like I said, if I miss the buying opportunity here, and the risk gets too much, I'll get in on the breakout up at today's high. But just going to just be a bit patient. Just give it a bit of time. Remember, it's still a long time before the European market opens, and so we've cleaned out one imbalance zone on the 15-minute chart. There's still another one here we've touched in. So yeah, it looks like, yeah, you're right. Trump's got the Senate. Did they have the Senate last time, or I can't remember the order. Who had the Senate or not? I know one was so Republicans have officially won the Senate majority. They secured their 51st seat with Deb Fischer, a Republican senator in Nebraska, fended off a surprisingly strong challenge from Dan Osborne, an independent. Republicans also picked up seats in Ohio and West Virginia. Very tight range on this candle. After 146 PVI. Just see if the selling's over. I didn't do a very good job in that 30 seconds. Real floppy candle, this one. Let's see if buyers can accumulate down here. So you don't need to jump in too soon. You can just wait to see if they've got enough. So we've got an inside bar. So there is a 5-minute trigger here at up around the 520 mark. Just increases the risk a little bit. But if you want to put an order out of the market, you could up there. Could be the market selling the fact now. So we've retested the R1. Let's see how they hold down here. Remember, if they break through here, there's the gap to fill. Oh, that's a shame, Bruce. You pick the trade. It's just one of those days for you, it seems. It's just... Anyway, don't worry about it. It's just the way it goes sometimes. Particularly that was such a big fast sell-off, wasn't it? It's crazy. I'll get rid of these. So it went at least 285 ticks. All right, let's have a look. So we've hit the 50 fib as well, down at 20,460 on the 60-minute chart. And we've got the 50 fib down pretty much at today's low on the 4-hour chart at this point in time. Now we haven't swung down on the 4-hour yet. If they want to swing down, then 20,326 is a possibility. See, the volume's picked up, but the sellers really haven't done too much at the moment. The buyers are still holding here. Buyers could be accumulating. Okay, so we've got a potential long setting up here, guys. Coming into the top of the hour as well, or the bottom of the hour. So I might just hold off until the 30-minute candle closes. You can see the 30-minute candle still has not been, no lower lows have been broken yet. So that low's at 54, right? Is that right? 57? Sorry, the 30-minute has been broken, sorry. 30-minute did break there. 60-minute 30 broken. 4 hours still intact, but 4 hours, long way away. All right, look, so if you want to get in, I'm just going to, this is looking like a really nice reversal down here. You know what, I'm going to get in because
Order
I'm
submitted.
going to put one contract in.
Order submitted. Order filled.
And I am going to give it some room. And I want to build a position from down here. So I've only gone in very low here. So I'm just testing the water. So we've got how much at risk? 207 at risk. That's the tightest risk you could have. So let's see how we go. It's kind of how we mapped it out initially. Market was potentially going to go down, test the gap, or the R1, the VWAP, and then look to build a position from here. So we've got a nice spike. Okay, Okay, so we're at the trend indicator. Let's see if we can bust through there. Great volume. Look at the volume coming in. It's what you want to see. You want to see volume coming in. I might take some profit out here, guys. I might just close out here.
Order
Just going
filled.
to close out at the trend indicator just because of the time of day. Still may consolidate a little bit. I'll just see if we can get another opportunity to get in. If I was split targeting, I'd probably would have taken one off here and had another one. I just wasn't expecting it to perform so fast, so got me by surprise. I'll be looking, hopefully, if it can hold, to maybe reload at a cheaper price and maybe go in with a couple of contracts next time. Just have to run my ES one and just look them quickly. Oh, well done, guys. 100, 104, 139. Super. 113. Wasn't quite 1-to-1, but when it shoots out like that, you tend to expect you're going to get a pullback. So that's a reversal trade, guys. So we had nice support off the mid, off the VWAP, off the R1. So lots of confluence and a beautiful 5-minute chart signal. And also we had 15-minute climactic candle and 30-minute failing at the 50 as well. So we had a lot of things coming together in that one spot. So that's what you like to see in a trade. You want to see it failing somewhere. So let's see if they're going to go again. So like I said, if I'm going to get in, if I'm going to go long, I probably want to get in again down here. In here's not really a place I'd like to be trading, because it's a bit of a coin toss. And we're up at the 50 as well. I didn't even know that, but we got out at the 50 of the day, or 50 of that swing, which is a nice interim target. G'day, Rada. Oh, well done. Well done, guys. Good effort. Good work. All right, so what's happening with this? What's happening in the swing states? Pennsylvania. Wow. There's about 170,000 votes with 14% to go in the voting. Trump's up by basically almost 2%, 1.8%. Getting close in Pennsylvania. He's won Michigan, which is 15 votes. Looks like he's going to win Wisconsin. So that was 10. That was 15. So what was that? 25. 25 and 19, 34, 44. So yeah, he just needs Wisconsin, Michigan, PA, Pennsylvania, and still leading in Georgia. So yeah, I wonder how this is going to play out. I wonder if we'll get a big rally now, or will we get a sell-off based on the news? Buy the rumour, sell the fact scenario. Good volume just came in then, so there was a fair amount of buying came in down in these areas. We haven't even got to Europe yet. We're still hours away from Europe. All the London traders. So we've got a potential continuation short. So we've got an inside 15-minute bar. 30 minutes gone climactic. Let's see if the continuation triggers. So we've got a continuation short here at around 32.70 or 32.50. I'm not watching. I'm not going to take it. But there is a short trigger there, but just going to give it a little bit of time. Volume's just dropped out as well. You notice all of the good moves today have moved up on higher volume. So if you look here, that big break from 12 o'clock onwards, look at the volume spike coming in, just backing the direction of the trade. And then as soon as volume dropped out after that big climactic candle up to the all-time, the most recent high, today's high, then the volume just started to decrease, and then the market went to consolidation. And then we had a hard, sharp sell-off, and we got basically a fill of these imbalance zones. We're just testing the middle one. So the continuation hasn't done so good. Good reason to stay out of it for now anyway, until we see volume picking up. So the house is still pretty tight, isn't it? 188 to 167 from what I can see. 218 is the magic number in the house. Trump's got a 21 lead at the moment, 21 seat lead. So have a look at some of the markets today. Bitcoin's market cap, Bitcoin's market cap, or sorry, crypto market cap today increased by what's the volume? It doesn't tell me the volume. Anyway, we've only been trading since this morning on the cryptocurrency market, and the market cap is higher than yesterday's already. So when you wait till the American traders come in, it's going to be pretty bullish, I'd say, for the cryptocurrency markets, just because how bullish Trump and RFK are on cryptocurrency. And that was one of their selling points too to the youth was, for the leaders that backed the cryptocurrency market got more of the younger vote. So I think it was a pretty strong move if it works out, which it looks like it is. If those swing states can remain, that bullishness on the cryptocurrency market, I think's been a masterstroke. Yeah, nothing much happened on that 335 candle. Okay, volume's coming in a bit now. So we're just battling this 50 fib at the moment. 25.45. 15 minute is setting up a swing long. 556. Longs are looking pretty sweet. See how they get above this. If they get to this 50, then we'll see if they can get back up to 20,600. Just looking where your risk is going to be. big move on the buying side. So you can see the volume. We had that big spike of selling volume. Just might need a bit more time for this to accumulate, a few more traders to come into the market. So we're right on the 50 now on the 15-minute chart. Just waiting for the right opportunity. Might just see this 15-minute candle run out. I'd like to get a little bit more alignment with the 15 and the 30. 15 alone's looking good for a long. So remember, if you are going to risk, I'd be, if you're going to put risk in this, I'd be definitely behind the R1 at least, or below the low of below 2465. I just need to see a bit more volume at the moment. I'm just going to wait till maybe 4 o'clock. The 2600, if we do get a fast move, 20,600 will be that magnet up here. Looks like we're heading up there. See the volume's getting higher, which is good. All right, so we're getting a trend switch. Let's wait until 4 o'clock. Hopefully it might not have taken off till then. See if the volume keeps building up on this candle. So remember, we're an hour from the pre-market still, so we know sometimes in the pre-market the market can really fly. So let's just, hopefully we'll get a pre-market move. It's looking pretty good actually. So if you don't want to have all that risk down under like a 15-minute risk, which is going to be fairly large on an NQ contract in terms of dollar amount, but in terms of on the looking at about 167 ticks at risk on the under that pullback low there. If we get right back under the 15-minute low, it's 426. So you're looking at about $200 per contract on the micro. So if we get a nice breakout, we should get up to these numbers, 20,700 Mitch mentioned earlier. So that is a one-to-one trade. So it's definitely a good trade. So let's just see how we go. Hopefully it doesn't shoot off without us. Get a pullback. Now guys, I may just press buy market and just get in on the trend switch. Yeah, it might have gone a bit hard. The more it goes, the more it's increasing our risk. But it's okay. Wow, that's a strong close. All right, we're getting close to 4 o'clock. Looking for this a little bit deeper pullback. Might not, we're at the 76 as well, so. Oh, the buys look pretty good. All right, here's the pullback maybe. Getting really whippy. Building up for something. Did anyone stay long on split contracts on this from that earlier reversal entry? Just curious. Yeah, buyers are coming in, guys. Two minutes 30 in, and we're at half the volume of the other candle, more than half the other candle, which is a good sign. Buyers are still holding. We're struggling at the 76 temporarily. So if we can hold above that level, that'd be good. Which is above that, around that, above that 20,600 level. I want to see that get back above there. It's just stalled. We've had no pullback yet either. We've had pullbacks, but no swing back in this move. It's just been one straight buying swing. Okay, so we're almost up there, almost up to 20,600. Okay, so we've got a little reversal trigger off the 76. I get the sense of a sell here. I totally get it. It could be a nice little sell off here. But I just want to see how the trend indicator holds, because I'd prefer to go long, but I know we're high up in this channel. So this is where, you can see the buyers, we're a bit fearful of going any higher at this point in time. So we want to see a market break out of this zone here. And obviously, like I said, today's high was my original map. I either wanted to buy down here, which I did, got a little scalp, but here is where I'm more confident buying on the breakout. With volume, of course, with increasing volume. All right, so let's see how the sellers handle the trend indicator. We've also hit the 76 on the 15 as well. So it's a real patience game right now, guys. Just need to get one of these big institutions to make a move, but could be just accumulating still. Oh, you got your Axios working. Yeah, mine was playing up. Let's get back into it. So that's pretty strong. That's pretty good for the Republicans right there. Good intel, Brett. You're onto it. Good job. So it looks like Trump's got the majority in the House as well. So yeah, Donald Trump just won Georgia. Yes. Second swing state to be called with that result. Kamala Harris's possible paths to victory are narrowing. She will need to sweep the blue wall states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. That doesn't look very good either for her. All right, so we're in the 405 candle. Not a lot of volumes come in yet, but we're still maintaining the buy switch. Or the trend switch. Which is at the 76 though, guys, so I'll just wait out for that to break. So the market did get back up to 26. We said, when we looked at that profile, we said the market could get back up there. So it's back to its happy place. So this is the most traded price today. All right, it looks like it's pretty good to go long, guys, I think. Volume's a little bit low. That's my only hesitation. It is looking to go, we're looking to go long here. Just give it a little bit more time. Just the volume's just a bit, ugh. I want to get in with surging volume. I don't want to be the first person at the party. You don't want to be there when the energy's pumping. I want to be there when the party started. S&P is just doing exactly the same thing today, guys. S&P is still stuck at the 76 as well. So S&P still hasn't got to 5,900. Still hasn't got back up to its all-time highs. So there's plenty left in this tank. Just got to be real patient, guys. We'll get rewarded for our patience. So don't get too excited. Stay centered, stay calm, keep breathing. See if buyers come in on these dips. Trump's leading in Nevada as well, after 75% of reporting. There's only 6 votes in Nevada, it's not a big state. 54 in California, and Harris is smashing that. Colorado, Harris has got that. New Mexico, Harris. Arizona is still tight. We've only done 51% of reporting. But yeah, those top 3 states, they're the ones. Trump's got, that's enough there. Now he's got Georgia. Those 3, or even 2 even. But he only needs 23. So 15 and that's it. Those 2 there. Michigan and Wisconsin. And they're looking pretty home and hosed. So will we get a victory lap in the market, a big pump, or are we going to get a sell the fact and a sell off? Now, look, we've got Santa rally also, so sometimes there could be a sell off before the Santa rally, and then the market rallies in. So, you know, I'm kind of, I don't know. I think overall 2025 is going to be bullish, and you know 2024 or years ending in 4 always typically have a high probability of finishing on their high, which there's no doubt about that. We're going to finish on a high than what we opened. Okay, nice continuation potential. All right, so we got a potential continuation long. I'm going to stick an order above 94. There's also a reversal right into the NDI, so it's to see how if the buyers buy off this level. Because we've got a few things up here. We've got potential 15-minute liquidity break. We've got some old liquidity up here at 26.83. I'm just thinking, have we had all the short sellers are out of the market, like longer term shorts? Buyers are holding on. Okay, I'm going to put my order up here.
Order submitted.
Really want to see a surge of volume coming in. You know what? I'm just going to close it down, guys.
Order cancelled.
Just the volume's just not strong enough, and I might miss it, but I'm getting into probably like the worst place possible because it's right at the top of this range here. It's so much smarter to get in up here when the break's confirmed. Apologies for the change of mind so quickly, but I need volume coming in, and it's tried to here, but then it's backed off. See, if you're looking at history, these were the best trades when we had the big surge in volume. So yeah, I'm not going to get sucked in. Sorry. See here, increasing volume through here, then it backed out, then it went, then that's what I got. I went in there, and then it backed off again, and then it finally went. So just hang in there. I know I'm getting a bit twitchy feet. Been here for over an hour and got one trade, which is pretty good. Don't need to, one thing you'll learn in trading, you don't need to over trade. One good trade, one good entry sets you up for life, you know. All right, volume's starting to pick up a little bit, still a bit low. Anyway, we've got the trend switch, we've got the trend continuation. I still like longs, guys. That's my preferred choice still. But I don't like the time of day we're in right now. But if volume can pick up, I could definitely just buy the market and get in. So that's my direction of choice. I'm watching the S&P as well, and it's sort of rainbow snaking a little bit at the moment. But yeah, anyone who got the 15-minute climactic reversal, I know some of our traders would have traded that pretty much all the way up to the body or the high of the body on the 15 and 30. If you guys hung in there, you didn't have to hang in too long, but you would have got some nice return on that. $354 ticks. $360 ticks or so, $350 ticks. So I'm sure some of you guys have worked that one. It's building, guys, it's building. Volume's still light, but this is the location. This is big trades coming in now. Just see if they get, if there's anything behind it. Yeah, there's the flurry. Okay, getting ready, guys, getting ready for the break. See the volume's picking up now. It's a better sign. I'm looking for volume to pick up at the moment because we're still in this consolidation. And to me, the best trade, because I'm assuming the market's in a range, the best trade for me was buy the low, sell the high, right? So this is, I'm sort of anticipating a breakout, and this is where I'll probably want to get in more around 640. All right, but I want to see increasing volume with that, because if we can break out here, like really my order should be sitting around 640. But see, now we've got the increasing volume, which is good. Now we're pretty close to breaking out. So yeah, I was concerned about getting in at 93 or around this area. Like that it is a good continuation trade, but and trend switch trade, but just the context of the time of day, it was just consolidating. But I think it's trying to break out now. So it's looking like it really wants to go. So if we're going to if looking to go long, risk needs to be ideally under the 15-minute chart, but this could be way too tight here. I'm not too concerned about the R2 because the R2 has been broken heaps of times already. It's just getting in with the volume coming in, which it looks like it's trying to get in now. So there's about 140 ticks at risk. Here it goes. So I'm just going to put my order up here above today's high.
Order submitted.
We want it to push into here and continue on up to at least 2,700. Getting in with the confidence of the market. Now we wanted to move away here pretty quickly because we could triple top as well, but we're getting in on the fact that we're getting in on some bullish market movement. Looks like Trump's going to win, and maybe we'll get some Euro traders coming in and joining the party. London traders. I'm going to trade it to 20,700. There's a lot of clusters up around there as well, so you've got all your larger clusters. Got liquidity zones up at 750. So we'll manage it pretty quickly. You can see the volumes building up, which is what we want to see. Now we are going to get a pullback, right? I'm okay with that. Okay, we just went climactic there. We've still got to get this market to force through, increasing volume. So we didn't get picked up on that push, which is good. So if the market wants to keep going, well, this is good. If not, we'll potentially fade the short, fade the long, go back the other way. Okay, S&P's broken out. So looking to see a rejection off the R2. See if the buyers are going to come in. Not ready to break at this moment. Could. Well, at least that's given us a good risk adjustment anyway. you know, S&P is leading the way. S&P has broken, it's holding above its most recent high, and the volume has picked up. This next candle will be pretty crucial. We've got 18 seconds. Volume should probably pour in here. Get ready, guys. So potential sell under here as well at 20,600. I still want to go with the buyers on a break long. Okay, get ready. Okay, looks like we're close.
Order filled.
Okay, now we're just going to need to bust through this liquidity zone. So, targeting, so we've got 20,700 roughly, and which will be this liquidity zone, and 750 will be the long. So remember, we're trading the breakout, so we want it to really move pretty quickly. Like to hold above 650 if possible. So look, in the scheme of things, we're getting close to most recent highs. Now I know it's not the most vibrant of sessions because it's still pre-market, but we're Pre-market has been pretty buoyant lately. We want to see it hold above 650. Got 33 seconds. Let's come back to 650. I'm really liking the big surge in volume. Just want to see the next candle continue on. Just want to keep this volume building up. So the R3 is, where are we? The R3 is up at 840. We could definitely push this target out. Just wondering if we're going to get a correction coming into Europe. Like that sell the fact scenario. I want to keep breaking these highs. Let's get above 660. That'll be a nice sign. If we can keep pushing the high. We've got this next liquidity zone as well at 20,700, which we want to fill that area. We want to see it hold above 650. That's important. It holds there. All right, it might not be. Guys, I might just close out here. I'm just going to
Order
close
filled.
out just because of the time of day. I'm still bullish. I just probably want to get a bit. I want to see it sort of retrace now because remember this has been one big move and it hasn't pulled back. So it was more of a defensive move just because of we had that big volume at 1635 and we haven't. Look at the candle now. I know there's a minute left, but it hasn't really done much. So I'll keep monitoring. Now it's coming back in. May have got in a bit. Oh, it got out a bit early. Anyway, I'll keep looking on the smaller time frames as we get another opportunity on the smaller time frames as well. But just really want to see volume keep pushing. Like we didn't get that happening. That's what I really want to get to break out this high. You want to see volume just tracking in, whereas this is just not exactly my plan. I really wanted to keep going. It was my concern about getting in so high in this session right now, because we are before the pre-market. Nice one, Sue. Well done. Yeah, I got out for a little. That wasn't much chop there, but it was. $29s. All right. Let's see if we get a reversal. We've broken out of the high, today's high. Nice rejection off the fast trend indicator. So if we can get back above that 650 level again, I like that 650 number. I think we'll get a big surge of volume at the top of the hour. Oh, there they go. Little snap up to 650. Could be warming up for something, guys. Now we could get a continuation effort. I am looking for another long. So you can see the 5 minute has failed. So we could get a long. So we could get another. Put an order above today's high, and look for a break above today's high. Whoops. Particularly on a failed reversal trade. And then your risk. So you've got about 114 ticks at risk on that trade, that long. Just got to see if the reversal fails first. So looking for a long above 660, around 661, if this reversal fails. So we're in the location for a trade. That's the main thing. We're in the right time, right place, right time. We've got 29 on that little scalp there. So we've just gone into a little bit of consolidation. Volume's dropped off. The reversal hasn't confirmed yet. It has triggered, but there's been no real follow through. Well done, Bobby. Good trading. Bruce, good. Yeah, there's plenty of time, plenty of opportunity, Bruce. Stay, like I was saying before, you got to keep your metal in the fire, keep getting strong, keep getting resilient. So I heard someone, I was so focused at that continuation. Somebody said Trump looks like he's won. So if that's true and correct, guys, we're in for a humdinger of a 2025. I tell you, it's going to be very bullish. Okay, so the reversal's still trying to play out here. Yeah, so Lisa, do you know why gold is tanked? Because because gold is the I don't know what the dollar has. The dollar strengthened? Maybe if the dollar may have strengthened, is a very good point. I haven't looked at the dollar, but typically the uncertainty is over. It's like, back to business. All of the uncertainty over the last 6 months is going to kind of be put to rest. Now everyone's back in the game. Everyone can make decisions. People are going to get that cheaper tax rate, 15% tax, more spending, more liquidity in the economy. Just a perfect recipe for a bubble. Everyone's going to be all in and then crash. I don't know if anyone was around the last GFC, but I know what the government did. They gave a tax benefit for people on superannuation or pensioners who had investment property. They gave them a benefit if they sold their property. I don't think they paid stamp duty, or there was some deal they got. So with all their profits, when they sold the property, where did that money go? Into the financial markets. And then what did the financial markets do? Crash. So it was like one of the biggest scams. Like, it was criminal, right? It was organized crime at such a high level, but people got sucked into it because they don't remember recessions. They don't look at cycles. This is the sort of stuff I'll be talking at the conference this year as well. Everything's all about timing. I don't want to give my presentation away, but there's lots of good stuff to share. So okay, so we've come back off the fast trend indicator. We're having another crack to the upside. We're very close to the pre-market, where about to hand over to Dan. Oh, Dan's coming on at 5:45, so I've still got a little bit of time. Got about another hour to go. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the commentary. Got some trades, or just got some experience. Doesn't matter if they're winning or losing trades. You got in the market. You dipped your toe in the water. You strengthened your metal. Yeah, not every day is like this though, Lisa. These are special days. One moment, guys. So potential long above today's high. Okay, so I would probably just wait out till the top of the hour until we get the volume, because we're still potentially reversing. So I'm still haven't backed the buyers yet. We could get that sell the fact scenario like I talked about before, that buy the rumor, sell the fact. So when it does get really clear that Trump has won, market could react the opposite way, because it traps people. The late money coming into the market traps them, and then the big boys just clean up on the late comers. But if we get incredible volume coming in, and not just retail amateur traders like us coming in, if you get the big volume coming in, that's what we've got to do. We've got to ride the coattails of those big boys. Where otherwise we're just no match. Unless you want to sit in a trade for about 6 hours. Just bear with me, guys. Just one moment.
What can I say about your risk?
Hang on. All right, 5 minutes left to go. Are we going to break out high? I've been using S&P as a bit of my guide today, and it's been pretty spot on. S&P is making higher highs. 15-minute charts, there it goes. Don't go too early. Get a big surge of volume then. So guys, I'm going to run this the same play. I'm going to put my order at, I think, 62.
Order submitted.
I'm going to put a market order in just so that I don't get too much, I get in. But we're getting in right at the top of the hour. See, once again, if this breaks through, we're going to manage the risk pretty tight.
Order filled.
Okay, well. So 2,700. Let's see if we can keep going. I might put that first contract at 2,700. Put this one back up above. Just put that as a floater, and it keeps going. So I'll go 26.99. Okay, hopefully we'll get some increasing volume. If it fails here, we're going to get a good reversal up. So we're in a great location. Whatever happens, the market will just do what it wants to do. So the reversal's failed. It might have just gone up here and double topped it. Might have another crack at a reversal, but we're coming into the top of the hour, so hopefully we'll get a burst of energy, burst of volume. Risk maybe a little bit on the tight side. I don't want to get blipped out and then it just runs. Minute left, we're setting up a little reversal. Volume's picking up. I want a strong close. 25 seconds. risk. It's pretty tense. Here we go, we're getting back up. We can break out of these highs. Could be really good. Here we go. S&P struggling up here a little bit at 5,900. Just want it to break out. Here we go. We could do really well here, guys. Come on, volume. Hold up. Okay, we're getting into these clusters. We're into the liquidity zone as well, getting close to that liquidity zone. Okay, we're coming into the edge of the liquidity on the 15. A seller's going to come in here. Real battle going on here, guys. We can get through 20,700, that'd be so nice. Still a fair bit of distance from there though. But the volume's holding up. Nice. Okay, we're almost at 1-to-1. And a minute left. We're into these liquidity zones. We've got to break these areas. It's going to be tense. Minute left on this candle. Oh, almost got 100. Almost went 1-to-1. We're pretty close. Okay, we're getting close, guys. I'm going to run this out. If we can break this, I might take one off here, guys.
Target filled.
Okay, now we can just run this, just let it go. I'm going to chuck it up at the R3. I've got nothing at risk on this second contract. Just see how it plays out. I know I'm a bit close to the market. That's my only thing. But if the volume picks up again and it wants to keep going, then it'll just let it just do its thing. So targets obviously 20,700 is going to be an area, but if we can break that, then we saw last time what we did today. Once we broke the R2 or the R1, it went to the R2 pretty quickly. So we've broken the R2, we're holding above it. Let's hopefully we'll get to the R3 just like we did. Mitch is holding 20,800. Yeah, I reckon that's good. Just gotta make sure my risk. I could balance my risk out and bring it back under here. I may go through a bit of consolidation here. Yeah, let's just see how we go. So there's a couple of options. You can have your risk behind your behind this strong candle like there, and you're tracking the fast trend indicator. So you're giving it a little bit more room to breathe. That risk now is 60 ticks. So, it's had a good day already so far. So I'm sort of I've got plenty to play with. Yeah, I think I might just sit it behind that candle there and just monitor it. I could probably go now and have a little bit of a walk. Let it do its thing, get out of the way. Yeah, Brett, you've got it builds steel, doesn't it? When you got that jitteriness, that's good. If you're not feeling that, you're not living, right? So everyone goes through it. It's just sticking for your focus, sticking for your target, managing the market, managing your trade. It's very normal. Good on you, Bruce. Well done, mate. So yeah, the great thing about this, see the reversals all failed. So just whack your order above the where your stop would have been. You basically buy where your stop is. He's a classic old trader. Dr. David Paul used to say that. Wherever you're going to put your stop loss, put your order. All right, we're at 20,700. Is anyone in the trade at the moment? This is the Trump victory lap. Now, if we struggle at 20,700, which we may, there's no shame in closing out. But like Mitch said, 20,800 is, and that R1 is very viable. Like if we condense down what the market's done already, like we went from the gap to the R1 pretty quickly. Then from the R1, we went to the R2 in basically 30 minutes. So we could do the same thing here. So no shame in taking some profit at 20,700 if you haven't already. 180 ticks is pretty nice. John, good on John. You can see the experience shining through. John is one of our TBS students. 590. John's long from 590. Wow, that's a cracker. Got in. See, you got in on the continuation. So we got in, paid for confirmation. But if you're a bit more aggressive and you got in early, you got rewarded. All right, so what's happening here? A little bit of a sell-off coming in at the moment. Just to see, buyers are just hit them hard. But anyway, we've still got to wait. It's just early in the candle. Could get a flash crash in here. So I'm going to lock in some profit here. So I'm just trailing the candle. And hopefully we get one of those big moves from the R2 to the R3. But yeah, John, 590. That's a big move. That's a good trade. Almost 500 ticks. That's a cracker. Don't get them every day. Jazz Meat in there too since 588. So nice guys, good effort. You'll get rewarded. So yeah, if we get any failed reversals, remember you can always look to buy the high. So we've got Dan coming on at about 45 minutes. So would I take a long here? I'd really need to see bigger volume coming in, Lorna. It comes down to where your risk is going to be. So we've got 2 minutes left on the 15-minute chart. We're at this liquidity. If we break this liquidity, that means there's shorts getting out of the market. So you just have to look at where your risk is. Like you ideally, your risk has to be under the swing, which is, or not the swing, but the low, which is potentially the R2, or that retracement candle there. So if you can manage that, you've got to scope, well, what's the reward, right? So if you're going for a target up to the R3, then that's pretty good risk to reward for that trade. So that's it's always the questions you've got to ask yourself. I think also too we're coming into the European Open. As we know, European Open can be really consolidating. So it can be just one of those sessions where it maybe builds for another run. So maybe this is the run, and then it'll build for another run, or it'll sell off in the pre-market, in the open. So yeah, I think definitely that the best place to be would have been in around where Jazz Meat and John got in around that 90 mark, or trading the high like I mapped out. So like how I mapped this out was, if you, I don't know whether you guys saw the beginning of the session, but I went, okay, I'm not going to touch yet until it pulls back, right? And that was the zone. I thought it's going to probably come back to here. And then that's where I went to look to buy. So we got a buy there, which it would have been lovely if we had more contracts there, because we probably could have run that and got a monster trade. But that's all in the past now. So how far have we moved in this run here? We've moved 722 ticks. So remember this morning we ran, and that's just in Asia, that move from the gap was 1,044. So it was still, there's still plenty of, still plenty of room to the upside. If this continues, this same sort of pattern. So yeah, I think, in terms of getting in was, that was, for me, that was a bit more high risk on the continuation. It, it followed the plan beautifully, and look at the charts. Look at these 15-minute candles, these 30-minute candles, just pristine. They haven't been. Look at that rejection on the 60, just pretty pure. All right, so the market's having a bit of a hiccup. Let's see if we can hold above 20,700. That's the level. We need to see it hold above 20,700. So we've come back into that level, and buyers are hanging in there a little. If we break 20,700, you might need to close out and reassess. All right, we're coming down to this low here. Want to see the buyers coming back in and holding 20,700. My issue right now is volumes coming off, so might not be in continuation mode right now because of the time of day. We've got 40 minutes into Europe, so if I bring my risk right up to this low here, I'm going to get blipped out. No, I can't say that's pretty arrogant. I've got a high probability of being blipped out because I'm just too close to the market. But if it can, like I said, if it can hold above 20,700, could get another cycle going up. And Mitch and some of the guys have said, oh, look where we are. We're in the imbalance. We've filled that imbalance zone to the tick on the 60-minute chart. We've filled it perfectly. So it's just balanced itself out from days ago. All right, maybe it's looking like it wants to reverse. Guys, I'm going to bring this up. I think it's time to reassess.
Stop filled.
All right, so 20,700 would fill the imbalance zone. So we really need to see now these reversals fail, and then once again I'll look to go long above the high again. So we do have a reversal opportunity. Just remember, if you are reversing, there's I think 1-to-1's plenty today. Wow, 20,700 looking strong. Oh, not yet. Anyway, market's consolidating. So we've had two pretty much inside candles. So are we going to reverse from up here? So 128. $113. All right, so there is a reversal. Just once again, we want to see if it confirms first. You don't have any 15 or 30-minute support yet either, so just once again, we've got a potential long above today's high. So just really, reversals are going to be more your scalping type trades today. So I don't want to put you off if you're a reversal trader, but look, it's had a pretty good swing up. Like, that's how many candles have we swung up without, we haven't made a lower low yet. This could be our first lower low. So we are in the pre-market. So we've got our pre-market box here. So this market could just muck around in here. Yeah, so Lorna, I think I don't know if I answered your question very well, but it's at that time, I still think the market's got room to go up, but it's achieved a few milestones in that move from 315. So it's got to have a breather at some point, and it just had signs of slowing down. The volumes just started to decrease, and then we got to the imbalance zone up here. We filled that up on the 60, and we got to 20,700. So that was a pretty good move. Will it fire up again? Definitely. Like we said, what did it do in the Euros? In the Asia session, it went 1,044 ticks off the gap from there to there. From the low to here, it's gone let me just measure that out again. Oh, pretty close. It's almost gone 1-to-1, 987. So probably need to go through some consolidation now again, because that's pretty harmonic. Like, if you look at how many candles did that take to do? So that was 22 bars, or 23 bars. So it went, so it took an hour and 55, so 2 hours, or say 60 minutes, sorry, 120 minutes to go 973 ticks, and it took 23 bars. How long did it take for that move? 19 bars from that low. $17 bars. So it was a bit of a harder, faster move. And then, so it went 17 bars or 17 candles, so an hour 25 to do 1,000 ticks. And then we pulled back, I reckon we pulled back to the 50% or very close to. $61.8. The $61.8. So very harmonic. And then it took, I'll clean this up now. It took, the retracement was slower. $26 candles, and it went 700 ticks. There was a potential 700 tick reversal today. But the longs have given more potential. So we do have a reversal here, guys. We do have a reversal. It's gone 1-to-1, almost gone 1-to-1 from the trigger. Lorna, you gotta back yourself. That was a good reversal. Even just an 80% of target, right? Had a lot of reasons for that market was going to try and slow down. Look, we're in the clusters, we're at the round number. So it was worth a throw at the stumps. But anyway, you got it, good practice. You know you can do it. You know you can press the button. It's just not fearing anything. Like it's not about throwing caution to the wind either, you know. That's not what trading is. Trading, you've got to be precise. You've got to have a system. Everything's about systems. Everything's about numbers. You've got to be comfortable with the numbers. You've got to be comfortable with the system. And that's all it is. If you can try and keep it at that logical, then the brain shouldn't get in the way. But as I said earlier today, there's a lot of programming we have that gets in our way, unfortunately. So yeah, S&P has been a really good guide for NASDAQ today, guys. They're working very strongly. It doesn't always happen like that, but pretty much from the get-go today, they were really aligned. S&P's also almost all-time high is 5927, so 6,000 is on the cards tonight. We're so close to breaking out on S&P. And S&P is a good market too, guys. Don't be afraid of the S&P. It's a bit of a slower market, particularly for you guys that are beginning. It's a bit slower, but in these volatile times, it still moves really good. Oh, thanks, Mitch. Mitch is up to date. He's our newsman, our anchor. Let's have a look at the elections. Yeah, he is. He's 3 votes away. Oh, it looks like Michigan's done and dusted, really, isn't it? Wisconsin, 10% to go. And he's up by 4%. How low is the voting count, though? Like, for all those people in America, like, seriously? Like, Wisconsin, 3 million people voted so far. What about New York? New York, that's an embarrassment. 96% have already voted, and there's 7.5 million voters. Like, freaking hell. And they complain about who their leader is. Oh my God. Trump's got Alaska pretty easily. And he's kicked away in Arizona. But yeah, that considering what, 360 million or something people? Like, what's New York's population? Like, at least 20 something million, it'd have to be, wouldn't it? 40, 50 million? And you've got 20% voting? Holy moly. Just goes to show how people either don't care or don't trust who's in power. Yeah, right. Election, it looks like New York it's had more this time around though. Yeah, 8.5 last election. It's got 7.5 this time around. Okay, we're coming into the open. Got half an hour to go. We've got a new half-hour candle. Just opened up. Kind of down around the 50% of the last 30-minute candle, potentially. Yeah. So they're buying off the 50% of that candle. Can be a very, when you get this really exact referencing, if they're buying off the 50% of the prior candle, like here, it can be a pretty weak sign too. Maybe not right now, but maybe later tonight. So yeah, I'm still not falling in love with the bias of the long. I still look, it's obviously very positive news for the markets, but it just really comes down to volumes, like how much volume's coming into the market, because these markets set up traps all the time, particularly for the obvious trade. The most obvious trade is typically the worst trade. So buying long, just because Trump won right at the end of the session can sometimes be a little bit silly just on the news alone without facts. like market generated information, because big market players like taking advantage of retail traders, so they'll think everyone's getting into the market, and they'll just flip the market around and trap everyone. So there is a long above today's high at 712. Once again, volume's just dropped out, so I wouldn't really be jumping on that right now. Maybe just wait for the market to open. But look, in terms of risk, what do we got? Risk to reward. You got 180 ticks at risk. But I'd just be wary of getting in right at this time, because, like I said, it could snap and then pick up more, then go. Maybe like a little bit like what we did over here. We waited for the flush out, then got in. I'd rather play those, buying on the pullbacks in this scenario, and then once it's established a breakout, then buy the breakout. But buy the low, sell the high, and then if it breaks out and showing more volume, then get in on the high. Join the rally. But you need that volume to push it through, which we did get a little bit, but not as clear cut as this morning. Like that was just beautiful, that volume there. You don't get that very often, guys. So John, you got 700 from is that 700 ticks? Or you got out at 70,000? Super effort. Hey Dan, I might hand over to you. I'm gonna have a quick break. Yeah, it's been fun today. It's great to get this type of movement, and yeah, it's been great. So thanks everyone for making it possible, joining in, and appreciate all your comments too on the news, and all the support. So good job. Hope you've learned something, and yeah, just tempered the metal a little bit more, and got a bit more confidence in what you're doing. But if it's your first election, yeah, there's still plenty to go too. So there's plenty of opportunities. So have maybe a quick break, and then Dan will fuel you up and get you fired up with some fresh energy.
Hey Cam, how you going? Oh, he's gone. Hi.
Yeah, a little tired, Dan, but good.
Hello.
I'm going to have a break now, and then
Oh, maybe no.
I'll come back and on the open, see what's happening.
Oh, hey. All right, I think what's going on is I have got the live stream up at the same time, so it's like a double echo. Hey everyone, welcome. I'm going to play my little presentation. Unfortunately, I don't have the music, so I don't know if you're still there, Cam, but I don't have the intro music, which we all love. So for those that don't know me, my name is Danny. That's me here. So I moderate the Euro Open. Hi to everyone on YouTube that is watching. Hope you've been enjoying the commentary today. It's been pretty awesome to watch. So Yes, my name is Danny. I do Euro Open moderating. I have been doing the US Open as well before daylight savings changed. So I'm a bit more used to volatility than what we normally see in Euro. I do a little bit of Asia Open if it's moving well as well. You've heard from Cam, that was Cam on the mic. We had Ingela first up this morning, and then we had Bruce as well. Johnny's having the day off because he's on tomorrow and Friday. So just some slides for compliance reasons. We're very proud of our compliance. It's a little, as you can see, trading futures and other products and margin carries a high level of risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Margin is defined as the trading of securities with more money borrowed from a broker. So there's two risks: the risk of gaining money every time you take a trade. This is typically referred to as a winning trade, and the risk of losing money every time you take a trade. This is typically referred to as a losing trade. So lots of information there for you. If you are new to all things IDTA, we have 3 live trading rooms. The markets that we trade are open 23 hours a day, 5 days a week. We have the US closed with Ingela, Euro Open with myself, Bruce, and John, and US Open is seasonal. So we're not trading at the moment US Open because of the time, but that is seasonal. So one more slide. Find out more about us. These are our contact details. I want to stop sharing that. And
Dan, do you want the
get
song?
back into the charts. I had a bit of fun trading today. Can you see my charts?
Yeah.
Are we
Yeah,
all
I can
good?
see.
Welcome, everyone. Can you see my charts? Are we all good? Just give me a yes, just want to make sure.
Yeah, I can see.
Oh, awesome. All right, so what do we have? Let's just start at a larger time frame. So I don't ever go into the charts with a bias. I don't presume it's going to go long or short. And that's mostly because I don't often hold my trades for long periods of time. I have my style of trading, you probably note if you've been following trades on YouTube. My style is something between a tiny target scalper and more balanced risk to reward. So sometimes I'll stretch at my targets, and I'll show you a pretty awesome trade I took today, which was much bigger than my usual 41 ticks. But a lot of the time I'll just go for what's called PVI target, which is around this. And usually in Euro, it's between 30 and 50, hence why my average of around 41 ticks. Sometimes I go less than that. Sometimes I'll just take 20 ticks or 10 ticks, depending on what the market's giving me. But most of the time it's around PVI. That's my style of trading, except for days like this where you just want to try and take advantage of whatever you can get. So I did actually have a little bit of a bias, and that was long, hence why I kept in this trade. I'll show you that in a second. But before I do that, let's go to the larger time frames, and I'll talk about what I see. So what I see on the larger time frames is the market's been in a range for many, many, many days, most of October and November so far. When I say a range, it's kind of in a box, okay, heading towards this high here, I'm going to assume. So what we see was a few pullbacks to this trend indicator that we have, which the overall trend is up, it's green. And it did a continuation. So 1, 2, 3 days couldn't get below the low of this trend indicator. Did what's called a continuation trigger here, and has obviously been going very well ever since. That is a massive move in the last couple of days. Long. So doing a continuation on the daily, let's drop down to a 240. Welcome those that just joined us. Welcome, welcome. Everyone. Okay, so on a 240 time frame, you see market did a bit of a double or triple bottom, really. 1, 2, 3 at whatever was holding it up there at the time. Didn't quite get to the liquidity zones, which is interesting. About 50 ticks off. And everyone could see that the market was not able to go down, and so everyone started buying, it looks like. So we had a 4-hour trigger here, 3 o'clock yesterday. Actually, not, was it yesterday? Yeah, 3 o'clock my time. I'm in Perth, if you didn't know. And we have not had a lower low at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 8th candle on the 4-hour chart that has not been able to go lower in terms of making a lower low. So very, very bullish overall. Seems to be finding a little bit of resistance at that 233. We'll see if it closes underneath it in, well, it's got 3 hours to go, of course, but we'll see what happens there. Hasn't quite got to that high, which is 207.86, which is a liquidity zone as well. So we'll just keep an eye on that. Now, you may get there in our session. The fact that it's moved this much all day, it may actually get there, but we'll see. So then let's drop down to a 60-minute chart. So very bullish, obviously. We've had a couple of pullbacks. That reversal, that there triggered. We have what's called an imbalance zone. So from here to here, that gap couldn't get below that imbalance zone. Market pushes up, did a 60-minute trigger here. That went okay, probably like a 1-to-1 on the 60-minute chart. Pushed up, pulled back. This trigger here went nowhere in Asia. And it's been going up ever since. So then I did a little 60-minute trigger here at 1 p.m. I think that's when Cam started, and he managed to get the bounce back up, which was a very, very awesome trade. Did like a pullback continuation, could not close over these levels here. And we're getting a bit of a channel as well. So whenever I see a trend, I want to know how strong is the trend. So we're getting a bit of a channel on the 60-minute like that. Okay, so we'll just keep an eye on that if it does pull back. Let's drop down to a 30-minute. So 30-minute is finding a resistance at a liquidity zone, and also the 30-minute clusters. It's doing this little sell-off here. So we'll see if this is just a pullback to a 30-minute sell-off here. That went quite well. This one here, okay. This one was okay. This one not too well. So shallow pullbacks earlier in the day, but it's starting to follow through more with reversals, which is what we want to see if we do want to actually reverse this market. So that's the 30-minute chart. I'll put that over to one side. Who's been trading all day? Who's had the charts up all day? I haven't actually been trading all day, just so you know. I've had the charts up in the background, but yeah. So now we got a 15-minute chart. I had a 15-minute trigger here. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. We can always get in if this does a bit of a retest, stress test after. So 15-minute has just triggered off the 30-minute clusters, which is what I showed you. Let's bring them back on in case you missed it. 30-minute clusters and the liquidity zone. So that's what it's turning off at the moment. Will it find support at that trend indicator and keep going long? Well, maybe. Or in 11 minutes time, this will create a 30-minute trigger. We need to watch our risk. So I'm going to show you how I traded today by getting into a 15 trigger with 2-minute risk. Now, when I do that, I do not hold my target. Sorry, I don't go for longer targets generally. It's just smaller targets. So as you know, I trade a few different accounts. So this is one account. This is a second account. I'll show you a third account. So this was my trade here on one of them. So I got in here, which corresponds to this continuation here. Saw it pull back a few times. In old school, it's a complex retrace. I got in here. Now I went 5 MNQ because my risk was behind the gap down here. I made it a little bit larger because of the volatility today. So that was about 85 ticks of risk. I got in here, and then I kicking myself actually, because everything was screaming at me to go underneath each candle. but I didn't. And when it hit the 20,500 here and the R1, I just closed out. If I had actually gone underneath each candle, here, 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 my trade would have been 770 ticks. But I'm not going to go FOMO or coulda, woulda. I'm very happy. I'll quickly show you the result. 905.50. So very happy with that. So then I did another trade here, which is a 2-minute chart. I'll show you that. Here. This is another account. Yes, I play around with accounts to spread risk. So I got in here, which is a 15-minute trigger level, but I was not going to have 200 ticks of risk. Okay, so what I did, now this is, I just need to, full disclosure, this is more advanced trading. Okay, so please don't try this if you're new, or if you're just, I would like you to just be mindful that this is more advanced trading. Okay, so I got in a 2-minute chart risk. I'll show you what that looks like. Here's my 2-minute chart. My execution's on, hang on. All right, so here, got in here. When this created a higher high, I hid my risk behind here and I just scalped to 41, and that was actually very tight because the market bounced up after that. So let me just go back to here. All right, so that was today's trading. That's how you can kind of get smaller targets with 2-minute risk. In terms of 2-minute risk, I'm going to talk about it more at the conference. Now, everyone kind of does different things with it. Sometimes I will do a standalone setup. I do that mostly in the US, very volatile markets. I'll take a reversal trigger on the 2-minute chart with smaller risk, kind of what Ingrid took this morning, which was an awesome trade. But most of the time, I'm actually getting in at these levels here on the larger charts, but just hiding my risk. That's how I usually use a 2-minute chart. So I can see that the 15-minute has triggered. Let's see if this does a 50 retrace, potential re-entry, if this is definitely going down. But at the moment, it's creating a bit of a continuation trigger off the trend indicator. Now, I actually kind of want to be long. We got 7 minutes to go. I'm not really buying the sell-off just yet. Okay, 2 contracts. I actually want to be long. And I know this is slightly risky because we're into the opening candle. But I'm not really buying the short right now. So I'm just going to my risk is at the 76. So let's hit the 50. See how it deals with this 50. Now, there may be some people that think that we are completely overbought here. I really expected the market to have more of a response to Trump winning. I thought that this would be nuts, like we'd be seeing 400, 500 PVI, but not yet. Now, as I said, this is risky taking it into the opening counter, which is why I'm just going to contracts MNQ. So risking about $100 basically, which is not that much. I really want to start the session with a losing trade, but would like to be paid before the opening candle. Sorry, I might be a little bit aggressive with my risk, but looks like it's potentially not going anywhere. All right, I think we're going up here. So I'm going to be a little bit brave. It may me to get a +1, but I'm going to actually move my target and see if I can do what I did today, but I'm not holding risk over the opening candle. So in a second, we'll see what this candle does. I want it to push up. For my 41 tickers, it's gone 41 ticks. Right, I'm not holding risk into the opening candle. I may get a +1, but I think this actually might shoot up as well. So we'll see what happens. It might just give me a +1, but we'll see. I'm not really a fan of holding risk into the opening candle unless it's a 15-minute trigger. There you go. Okay, so I got a +1. This still may actually go. So some of you may be holding it. Some of you may have gotten your 41 ticks. Ah, I hope this didn't take me out and then it's going to just skyrocket before the opening candle. That wouldn't be very fun. All right, let's see. See, this is why I don't often push out my targets, because I got so many +1s. My target was here. Let's see if that would have been hit by keeping my risk behind here. So then my original target was there, hasn't actually hit it yet, but let's see what the result would have been. So that's 90 ticks. Is anyone just going for that 76? Yeah, okay. So we're coming at 25 seconds to go until the opening candle. As I said, I'm not a fan of holding trades into the opening candle unless I'm going short or long with a 15 trigger. I'm actually going against a 15 trigger. So I just was hoping for a quick push up. We'll see what happens for the opening candle. Overall sentiment is bullish. So We'll see. Okay, so our entry was here. Let's see if, does it hit the 76? Or is this 15-minute trigger going to be too strong? I'll put that back on again for those that are holding it. So this was the original target here. And does it hit it with this opening candle? So this was the original target. Come on. Let's get Daniel paid. And I think that would be, that's an 87 tick trade coming up. Oh, come on, just go and test it. Oh, there's something here. But technically it's gone like 95% to your target, Daniel. So it's up to you whether you manage your risk or not. Well done. So what was your total result for that trade? $63 times 3, 63 ticks. Fantastic. That is an amazing result. On NQ, that is 363 ticks on NQ is 3. My brain doesn't work after looking at charts all day. What is that? $340 US, which is amazing. And MNQ 63 divided by 3 is 3150 times 3. So that's a nice result. Now this opening candle can do whatever it wants. Yeah, 315. Well done. I'll just say 350. No, sorry, 315. Yeah. All right. Can it get there without touching this stop loss? I know there's some of you that are holding it. But it has gone 90% to 1-to-1. Okay, so 20668 is here. We'll see if this can actually reload a 15-minute trigger short. So it's there. I'm not calling it, I'm just observing it. I'm just going to see if there's some 2-minute risk that we can 20668 is here. If I use 2-minute risk, it's not too bad. But I'm not convinced just yet. So what I see is 2 30-minute candles failing at clusters and that zone. So it's failing on the larger charts. This is the 15-minute chart. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere fast, but sometimes what it can do is it can come up, which is why I targeted the 76, come up, do a higher high, test the 76, and then slam down. So let's just see what it does. At the moment, we're in a bit of a time phase. The market has moved beautifully all day. So what can happen in euro is if the market's been moving beautifully all day, we sit down and it goes into a chop of range-bound mess, and that's very difficult to trade in terms of trend trades. Okay, so are we going to get a reload of this 15 trigger? I wonder, potentially. So 20668. We'll just keep an eye on it. This is the 15-minute chart trigger here. Just reloading. Mental health break. Okay, so that trend indicator, when it's so strong and fat like that, can be a very strong level of support. So here, touch it to the tick. Here, couldn't close below it. Here, touch it to the tick again. So this is now what's called a complex retrace, reload long. So the fact that I'm saying this could be going short, but this could be going long, this is definitely a time phase because the market's a little bit confused right now as to which direction we're going. It's always a little bit tricky going against the overall sentiment. And the overall sentiment is long, but everything is pointing to a potential short as well. So we need to see how it deals with this trend indicator. This could be the point where it completely tanks. You see how it's doing a little a little channel. So it's on a little tiny seller channel at the moment. Whether this is a temporary or more permanent, not sure. But these 15-minute triggers, when they're large risks like this, they like to go up and test that 50 or the 76, as I mentioned. So it's gone up and it's tested the 50 at least. Now it's potentially doing its sell-off. See how strong this is though. Now, my style of trading, moderating, when I'm trading is I call what I'm looking at in the markets, but if I'm not actually physically in a trade, I'm not calling a trade. So I'm just talking about, okay, this is doing this is doing that. Then you decide whether you want to be in the market or not, depending on what you're tested in or what you are testing in terms of a plan. However, if I'm in a trade, that is actually a called trade. Let's just be very clear. I'm not calling a trade unless I'm actually in the trade. I'm just sort of talking through what the market's doing as I see it unfold. Okay, so that 15 is triggered. It's gone 30 ticks. Stuck between, let's see if it can push through this very large trend indicator. This could also be buyers taking profit too. So when they do sell-offs like this, these buyers have to get out of the market somehow. And the way they do that is they sell, right? In order to get out of the market as a buyer, you have to sell. So beware of these little fake outs. That's why I'm a little bit wary of trend switches in very strong moves like this. Trend switches when this goes from green to red or red to green, because it could just be buyers taking profit. And then it looks like a trend switch. So everyone's like, oh, the trends are changing, let's get in. And then it fakes out and goes back to green pretty straight away. So that's why I'm a little bit wary right now because of the overall sentiment. But we're coming up to that 30-minute trigger as well. So I'm telling you, if this triggers, it's possibly more likely that it's going to sell off. And it's pretty close to it, 20650, which is here. Underneath here is the 30-minute trigger. Okay, so this is a bit more convincing for me. I want to have this candle close, this pullback. Happy to use my risk behind this forming candle. But if this is going to do a little push down, I want to be in it. So in 10 seconds, see how we go. Okay. I'll probably just go for maybe 60 ticks. This is a 30-minute trigger as well as a 15-minute trigger. I want a bit more of a convincing move, though. If I can use 2-minute risk, maybe behind 20668. Pretty strong candle there. 2. Okay, order off, not convinced just yet. I want a bit more of a push, retrace, reject. Bouncing off the 2-minute trend indicator. Okay. What I don't like about this short is at the moment we have a couple of candles that have failed to close outside the range short of the previous candles. So may actually going to be going back long. So the fact that I'm in my mind flipping from long to short to long, it means that market's not really picked a direction because I can hear in my voice and what I'm saying that it's a bit confusing. It's trying to go short, but the 5 minutes trying to go long, 15 and 30 trying to go short, but this here, that's not a very strong seller candle. And this candle here in 2 minutes and 22 seconds hasn't really been able to push down and close outside the range close to it yet. It's only got 2 minutes. So we may get a response of the buyers because of that. This is one of the reasons why I get into 15 triggers. It's when the 15 and the 30 fail to close outside the range. It's quite incredible. The response of the market when it shows weakness like this on the larger charts, the buyers come flooding in if the sellers fail to close outside the range. Yes, it has swung down here, but these 2 candles, that's half an hour of weakness for the sellers. And you can see that here because it's struggling out that trend indicator. So in old school terms, this is what's called a complex retrace. So it's come down. So it did a single pullback here after a trend switch, pullback once, then it's done a multi-pullback continuation trigger. And the buyers are looking stronger to me than the sellers now, because of that failure to swing and close outside the range. So let's see what happens if we decide to go long. 86 ticks. Okay, I'm going to put a buy order ready now. Sellers weren't convincing, so therefore I'm going to go the other way. Don't go too far. The complex retrace, multi-pullback, failing at the trend indicator, 15 and 30 are failing to swing down. So let's see if we get a response of the buyers. I would like a push, retrace, reject first, meaning the market pushes down first and then goes. I don't think it's going to wait. So we'll just get in. I'm happy to get in here. Let's go 60. Let's go to that 76 again, or maybe just where it failed before, just there. So that's about 60 ticks of risk. See if we can get past this 50. 112 ticks of risk, so it's just a couple of M&Q contracts. Already made my money today. So this is just rejecting off that 50. Let's hope that this doesn't become that reload again of the 15 and the 30 triggers. That wouldn't be very fun, because we were going to go short at one stage. But these candles here, I would take this trade again because of the fact that these candles have failed to push any lower than what they have for 15, 30, 45 minutes. So this may be a little stop out here, and that's okay. But we are going with the overall trend, which is up. And usually that works better in days like this to go with the overall trend. But it does happen to respect a lot of these strong 50 and 76 levels. So let's see. I'm happy to stay in this trade though. It's just bouncing around, figuring out which direction it's going to go in. Okay, this may be the 15 and 30 doing its thing, but I'm still backing my long for now. So what have we traded? We traded a complex retrace. So one, yeah, this is going to be the 15 and 30 potentially trying to do their thing off the clusters. Maybe. Let's see if this trend indicator can hold. It has held for many, many candles. So let's see if it can turn around. If not, I might have to look for a short. For those that have just joined us, this is a continuation trigger multi-pullback complex retrace after these candles have shown a lot of weakness to the low side, have not failed to close outside the range of the previous candle. So we have a 15-minute trigger, And we had a 30-minute trigger short, which may be potentially messing with our long trade, but I would still take this trade again. So if you're in a trade, there's a few questions you have to ask yourself. One, is it within your risk profile? Always make sure you're within your risk profile. Two, is it in your trading plan? And three, would you take this trade again? And I can say yes to all of those three. So I'm happy to stay in, even if it takes me out and the sellers do decide to flood in after not being able to go down for multiple candles. I'm okay with that. So we have a 50 here that it struggled with. The 76 is here. I'm just at that point where my target's just at that point where it struggled. So it's about a 2-to-1 risk to reward, and that's pretty much my maximum that I will often go is 2-to-1. I don't like really trading more than that. It's not great for when you have a losing trade. If you have a risk to reward more than that, it's psychologically exhausting to try and deal with that. I don't always trade the micros in case you're wondering, but volatility and the risk required. Sometimes I need to push out my target on the micros. It's just easier. It gives you more breathing room if you're on the micros. All right, so set that 50 again. Come on, keep going. 50 is here. It's where it was struggling before there. That 50 is where it's struggling right now. So we'll see if it can push through. It's a nice strong candle so far. Oh, come on. It's gone 41 ticks. I don't go 41 ticks when I've got big risk like this though. All right, so risk behind the candle. It's touched my target, not paid me. Oh, come on. That's not fair. You can't touch my target and not pay me. That's not fair. All right, just going to bring my risk here just in case it. Oh my goodness, did it touch my target? One tick off. Well done, Sharon. Glad you got paid. I'm going to be very sad if this goes one tick off and then gives me a stop out. I do think that it's respecting that little trend line, I think. I'll just give it a bit more. There's some of you that will be in this for a lot more than 51 ticks. 56 ticks. Can it go 56 ticks? I know if I bring it to +1, I'll get another +1, so. All right. What are we going to do here? What are we going to do? We're going to close out. Can you give me one final surge? It's a very strong sign by the buyers, though, I must say. And it closed over that 50. So I'm happy to hold this trade and just see how it goes. But it will be very unfair if this comes and stops me out though. Now we have basically a box, long wicks and tails in a box. And my stop is 2 candles behind the market. All right, you're going to come up and pay me this time? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You know what it's struggling at is these clusters here. So now that 50 has become support on the way down here. So it closed over it and it was trying to get below it. I really think it can get there, which is why I haven't closed out yet. It's just unfortunate it's gone 1 tick. My favorite little target is a 41 tick trade, but it's 110 PVI, so I'm not just going to chicken out at 41 ticks. Not when my risk is about, what have we got? 74. It's coming to my maximum of what I would take a 41 tick target for. It's 41. Yeah. I bet you as soon as I move my target, it will just go up there. Well, the question I ask myself when I'm doubting a trade potentially is, would I be in the other direction? Would I want to be short right now? And I don't think the answer is yes. So if I don't want to be short, then I'm just going to stay backing my long, considering this is now a closed candle continuation, closed outside the range of this candle here. It is struggling at something around here, and that is the clusters, which is the only thing that's worrying me. But the buyers have shown a lot of strength. So average time in trade is like 2 to 3 candles. I've been in for 2 candles, so we'll see what happens. 33 seconds to go. It's such a shame if this is a stop out after going 1 tick off my target, but that's trading. Sometimes we get that. Is anyone still in this trade with me? Or did you jump out when it was struggling? Yeah. I think we just sit it out. It's only 2 micros. It's not like it's going to break the bank if it's a stop out. And my question is, just put yes, no, yes. Is it within your risk profile? Is it in your trading plan? And would you take it again? Go why, or N, why? Yeah, there you go. Lots of yeses, right? This is a trade that I would take again. So when you're freaking out and you want to, like, I'm so tempted to move my target, probably because I've got a lot of people watching me right now as well. But when you've got a little bit of doubt, a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of, oh, what do I do here? Ask yourself those 3 questions and take some deep breaths and just calm down and just go, all right, well, would I want to be a seller right now? And the answer is, I don't want to be a seller. So let's just stick it out. If it comes down and stops me out, so be it. I've accepted the risk. It's all good either way. What I don't like is this. And so now we've got just a range. We've just got this box that is formed. Look at that on the 15-minute. Yeah, how strong this trend indicator is. See that rejection? That's what we like. I'd like you to keep rejecting off that. That would be lovely. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go for my little favorite target because I know usually it's quite good. 10. Let's go. Adjusting my wrist to here. And I've got a pretty much 1-to-1 now. And there, wow, okay. I'm out. It's like it knew I was trading, right? Hit my target, then reversed off it. I think a lot of people had their, maybe potentially thought the same as me. Could you see that big sell-off when it hit that target? That means a lot of people were potentially having their live sell stops there because the rejection was huge as soon as it hit my target. So what was that? That was a painful trade. Not painful, just not decisive. Market's not decisive enough right now. So usually that's why I manage my target as well. I brought my stop up to here, so I had about what's that? 45 ticks of risk to make 41 ticks. So okay. Is anyone still in that trade? Yeah, it's okay. I still back it. It's just not a very decisive night, that's all, which means you may need to sit in the trade for a little bit of time. That's okay. We've been there before. I mean, gosh, some of you have sat in trades for a lot longer. I don't know if you were trading on Friday night with Johnny Freeman, but my gosh, that was a marathon effort. And I know some of you were in that trade for, was it 6.5 hours? Some of you longer than that. And it was worth it. I know it was very worth it. I had, actually, is he in the room? Let's have a look. No, he's not in the room. Oh, damn. We have a newbie that literally started Friday in the live trading room. First day in the live trading room. And he's not a newbie to trading. He's traded before. And he just loves our style and what we do. And so first day ever in the live trading room with us, and he took the same trade as Johnny. And he got 2,562 ticks out of that trade. And I don't believe he's a sim trader either, because he's been trading for many, many years. So that was an amazing, I know, right? Imagine coming to the live trading room on your first night in the live trading room, the first day of your bonus services being turned on, and getting 2,000. Let me get you the exact amount, because I don't want to be telling porkies. Give me 2 seconds. Let me find his email. Where is it? Oh, I can't believe he's in there. 5 contracts MNQ. 5 contracts MNQ. So that's still a 5K trade. I mean, you saw my trade today. This is MNQ, guys, but I still got $905 US. So, you know, don't knock the MNQ. It's great to give you breathing room in case you need to move your target, or move your stop loss. Where is he? Hang on. Let me make sure I get the right. Yeah, so 5 MNQ, and he made, I wish he was in the room so he could tell me. Okay. 2,000, yeah, there we go. MNQ 5 contracts, 2,125 ticks. Imagine that, your first trade in the live trading room. Just amazing, right? And he's definitely found his home, I think, which is awesome. He loves what we do, which is cool. Okay, so you guys are still in your trade, which is awesome. Love that you're holding, because you're backing yourself. And I mean, the market's gone into a time phase, which, as I said, what we sometimes see in Euro because of nice move up. Now everyone's wondering what we're doing. Are we going to reverse, or are we going to continue? I felt like it's a long night, hence why I wanted to get in here. But this could easily go both ways as well. So we'll see. Just mute me. If you don't want to hear my commentary, just mute me if you're in the trade and you manage it how you want to trade it, according to your trading plan. It amazes me how beautiful the market moves like this. Look at this. You can draw it pretty much to the tick. Now we're doing, so a little bit of education. What are we doing at the moment? Who remembers what this is called? What's that called? Yeah, what kind of range is it? Well done. Yeah, so contracting range. Contracting, meaning it's, yeah, it looks like a flag, so it's turning into a flag. I think you guys are going to be rewarded for your patience. This is the point where it failed before. Let's see if it can push through. Remember, it went 1 tick off my original target, which was annoying. Oh, yay. And let me just note that if we had actually held, it would have been painful as, but if we had actually held our original trade, we were never stopped out. Let's go see if it, yes, okay, look at that. The original call and execution, the target was here. Now, I didn't hold it over the opening candle, but did anybody get in here and trust that it was going to go there. Maybe Cam did. Cam, you still in? Karana did. Did you get in here and held it? Oh my God, you guys are amazing. Seriously amazing. Well done. Jasmine is still long. Karana held it for all of that chop and she got beautifully rewarded. So well done. Oh my gosh, 160. Well done, everyone. Seriously awesome trading. Amazing, amazing. So this is what I thought would happen, but this was annoying me. The fact that 15 and the 30 were setting up reversals. I just wasn't really buying the short. And as I said, always have a look to see the strength on the larger charts and take note. So when you look now, does this look like strength of the sellers? No. So when you're sitting in that trade, and I think maybe if I was on my own, I would have maybe held it potentially. But 1, 2, 3 candles could not close outside the range. This was the only one that could. Look at the response of the buyers to that, right? So sellers are not very convincing. It's finding some support on here as well, and the trend indicator, and the buyers come flooding in. And that's all we do in trading. We're just trying to pick what is this, the psychology, what is the sentiment of traders around the world, and what are they thinking? And let's join that team. That is all we're doing. $2,800. Wow, amazing. I'd love to know if you get that. Just got that big green stick, another great trade today. Oh, amazing. Well done. Did you say the big green stick, this one? Love that. Don't think I've ever heard it called the big green stick before, but yeah, I guess it is. Candlestick. Well done. Matt, you're a newbie as well. You only started recently. Is this your first month of trading? So Jamie's got 160. Jasmine is still long. Karana got it for plus 90, I think it was. That would have been around 90. Well done, everyone. Fantastic trading. Ray got 42, Manda 44, 51 times 5, Sharan 63.3. That's amazing. Well done. Amazing trading, everyone. Vitali, the gladiator of the trading room, plus 44, plus 102, plus 135, 5 contracts. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. Well done, everybody. Trump it up. Just curious, what did everyone think about the result today? I'd love to know. Doug got plus 110. Oh my goodness. Well done, Doug. And you only started last month, right? Doug started last month, everyone. Can everyone just give Doug an amazing, like, well done? Because seriously, I know, Doug, that you've been, working really hard to understand the concepts, and you've been watching and learning, and that is fantastic. Fantastic, fantastic. Well done. Seriously, amazing. I need to pay Trump a nice commission. Well, I do for my first trade for sure. Yeah, well done, Doug. That is amazing. And I get to meet you in person on Saturday at the conference. I get to meet a lot of you in person at the conference. We're just doing a double top here, guys, at the potential double top at the liquidity zone here. Yeah, I speak to a lot of you over the phone, so looking forward to meeting you in person.